Good morning.
Oh, Reinier, over here, other side.
What's up?
Obviously, the big story of your last fight was, your UFC debut, but you made it in the Apex. But now you're fighting Kevin Holland in a sold-out arena, in a brand new arena on the main card of a pay-per-view. So I guess how's life been since your UFC debut to now getting to match up with Kevin Holland?
Yeah, so I'm very excited to be here, to be part of this event. It's very cool to get this chance again. And I got home after the fight last time. In that week, the fight already got planned. And then next week, I flew out to Florida, and I've been there for 6 weeks, training with Henry and the guys at Killcliff. And I've been here for about a week now. So I haven't seen any Dutch weather for a while, but it's been very good.
So you said that they came to you with Kevin's name after, right after your last win?
No, they had a different name first, which was a nice one too. But that didn't happen all the way. And then Kevin was the second one they mentioned. And yeah.
Can you tell us who the first name was?
Nah, I don't think that's smart.
So what do you make of Kevin as an opponent? He's obviously been very active, and like yourself, he's been very active in 2 different weight classes. Historically, he does very well against high-level grapplers. So just what do you make of Kevin as an opponent?
Yeah. What can I say? Where can I start? He's very experienced. He's a lot of it. He's been around for a long while. He's long, rangy, and his main thing is his right hand. He's a very strong, very precise right hand. And he has a lot of smoke around it. He has a lot of like weird kicks, weird punches that don't really do a lot normally. But if he can crack you with that right hand straight down the pipe, you're in trouble. So that's what I'm going to try and stay away from. And he has decent takedown defense, decent jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I think I'm going to try and pressure him, hit him with some good shots, take him down, choke him out.
He said he did an interview with Demetrius Johnson, and when people take him down and kind of hold him and nothing's happening, he likes to have conversations with his opponents because it says it can get a little boring in there, and he just has a chat with you. So are you prepared for that, or is that just something that you don't really think about?
Yeah, I don't really know. We've tried a little bit when my coach is talking to me, but it just gets ridiculous. So I don't know. I'm not really prepared for this. So we'll see. We'll see how I deal with it in the cage.
In that same interview, he said he wouldn't mind finish at the end of 3 to give the fans what they want, and then he wants to finish at the end of basically near the end of the fight. So I guess how do you see this fight playing out?
I see myself putting the pressure early. I think the first minute is going to be very wild, very spectacular, because he's going to be trying to get away from me, throwing wild stuff, wild kicks, wild punches. I'm going to be pressuring him, hopefully getting him a couple times with some kicks, with some punches, getting him against the cage, getting down, getting to his back, choking him out as soon as possible.
Just a couple more for me. Obviously, when you were in 1, you won all these belts in different weight classes, challenged for a 3rd. Do you think you could do that in the UFC, possibly have 2 belts, or do you not even thinking about that yet?
Yeah, hopefully, of course. But I've not. One thing I really did during my time in 1, I was always like focused on the next thing and always out of the moment a little bit. I always forgot to enjoy all this stuff because I was always busy with the next fight, and it always took like a long time before I got a next fight. So I was always like a bit stressed out, pissed off, and I'm trying to leave that behind me a little bit. So I'm trying to enjoy the moment a bit more. And Kevin is a great one, man. I'm very happy that I'm getting these names, that I'm getting a chance to prove myself this quickly. So I'm gonna try and make good on it. Yeah.
Just last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main and co-main event? Who do you think will win between Islam, Arman, Merab, and Umar?
Yeah. I really liked the first fight up between Islam and Arman. Sorry. It was a very cool fight, and we've seen them both grow. I rewatched the Arman Charles Oliveira fight a little while ago, and he did a lot worse than Islam did, and did that one. So it's hard to say, but I think the safe bet is always Islam, right? He's been doing it so well for so long. But I hope we get a lot of those cool grappling exchanges. I hope we get a lot of those cool trips and stuff, because that would be nice to see again and to study. Merab and Umar. I think if Merab can really put that pressure on him, keep working the takedowns, I think Merab has a good chance in this one. Yeah.
Reinier over here
Yeah. Hi.
on your left.
Oh.
1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Hi. So going back to it, now having had your UFC debut and just more fans being introduced to you, have you felt the difference, like on your social media, maybe just people recognizing you in public since you've now officially been a UFC fighter?
Yeah. So in Florida, when I was walking through the mall, people came up to me and stuff. So it was funny. It was cool. I'm not really on the social media. I don't really look at anything. So maybe, but I don't know too much about it.
Who in your friends or family likes to maybe tease you the most about being a famous person?
No, it's not. It's not really a Dutch thing to talk about fame and stuff. We just shoot people down, and we just act like assholes when somebody achieves something. So we don't really do this.
Final question. Your teammate at Killcliff, Gregory Rodriguez, has a big fight in your division against Jared Cannonier. Just wondering how you see him getting the job done in February.
Man, he was looking like a beast while I was there. He has a hard time holding back in sparring too, I think. So it was good that I avoided him a couple times. But I think he's gonna destroy the guy. He's looking very, very sharp, very explosive. Good everywhere. So yeah, it'll be a nice fight.
Thank you.
Reinier over here.
Yep.
So you are obviously inevitably looking for a showdown with the champ DDP. You're Dutch. I think he's probably part Dutch. They have a huge Dutch contingent, as you know, in South Africa. What do you think of him as a fighter? Has he been on your radar over the years?
Yeah. We've shared a couple training sessions at Killcliff as well a couple of years ago, and I fought there in South Africa before I went to one. I fought in that organization EFC, where he was the champ at the time, but he was just going to KSW when I came in, so we missed each other there. But yeah, for some reason it doesn't look that beautiful, but it is beautiful. That's what he does. He does crazy stuff with Adesanya last time, clipped him, and then jiu-jitsu didn't look too bad either. But there's a lot of top dogs in this division. There's a lot of good guys in the top, and I think the belt might be passed along a little bit, and hopefully I can be in that mix soon.
Speaking of that, you think Hamzat might be the one that the belt gets passed on to when he fights DDP?
I don't know, because you guys all very hyped on the fight with Robert Whittaker, how he did, and he did good. He shot in, he got to the back, but it didn't tell me too much, to be honest, because that wasn't a real choke, right? It wasn't
face crank. Right?
Yeah, the position wasn't that great, and it wasn't apparently an injury that Robert had already. So I don't know.
Sure. How do you feel this challenge against Kevin Holland compares to your first challenge in the UFC with Gerald Meerschaert?
Well, it's totally different because going from southpaw to orthodox, from a great grappler to mostly a striker. And for me, it feels a lot different this time as well. The first time was special to finally get to the UFC after all those years. I've had a very full career already, and then it felt like a very special event, cutting weight for the first time again, and everything around it. This time I'm hoping to make it a bit more business as usual.
Excellent. Last one for me, kind of a combination. How do you feel about the people that are saying all Kevin's got to do is keep this on the feet and he'll just piece you up? And the second part is, who helped you for this camp?
I don't think so. I think if I can put the pressure on him, hit him with some good stuff, he'll be in trouble as well. Right. Because he needs space. He likes a lot of space to throw his attacks. If I can put the pressure on him, I think he'll have a hard time striking as well. So as I said, I've done most of my camp in Florida with Killcliff, Henry, and the guys over there. And well, it's been amazing to have that many good guys at my disposal. I have good guys at home, but it's always the same couple guys, you know. So it's been amazing to work for 6 weeks with all the top guys in the world, going hard every day, sparring hard every day, and the coaches have really put time into me, into my development as well. So I feel like I have something to show off this Saturday.
Excellent. Weight cuts going well so far. You look pretty good.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's going. It's
Awesome.
going.
Thank you much.
Yeah, right over here. Thanks. Kevin is from this area. He's from Riverside, so it could be quite hostile in the arena on Saturday. I'm curious how you've prepared to go against someone who is a local favorite and face the fans and the noise that you will on Saturday.
I didn't know. But I've been in America for so long now. I'm basically American too, right? So.
Okay, just to bring it back to Drickers, who do you have in the fight between him and Sean Strickland?
Yeah, so Sean really busted him up with the jab last time, and the front kicks. And then when Sean took a round off or took a step back, then Drickers came back. So if Sean can keep the pressure on him for 5 rounds, I'll give Sean a big chance. But I think Drickers can mix it up more. If Drickers can shoot on him, Sean is so straight up. It always feels to me like when I watch the fights Sean is in, if you can just get a couple takedowns in, it's going to be an entire different ball game, because he's so straight up. It must be he must always be late when somebody shoots on him, but not a lot of people shoot on him. So I think for Drickers, and I don't think I'm ruining anything of his plans, because it's pretty obvious. But I think if he starts to wrestle a bit more in this fight, he'll have a good chance. All right. Oh, yeah.
Good morning.
That's good. Oh, Arman, over here. Aside. Obviously, it's been a while since your first fight with Islam, and we've been asking you about Islam ever since that fight. I felt like every time you won, we'd ask you, how far away are you from getting that rematch? But now that we're here, I guess, how's fight camp been? How's the weight cut been? And just, I guess, what are the emotions now that you are only a few days away from actually getting a rematch?
My training camp been good. Weight cut is going good as well. So I feel good, so excited, and finally I'm fighting for that title.
How has it been this fight week in general? Because, LA has a big Armenian population, and, people were saying, oh, there might be a lot of Russians, maybe some Dagestan fans will show up, and then people were also remembering there's going to be a huge fan base for you. So I guess, how's the reception been for you here in Los Angeles, just all fight week?
It's like I'm fighting at my hometown, almost same. I feel like this show they did it for me, for my fan, and I know like a lot of Armenian people coming to watch my fight.
And, you've said, Islam is probably one of the best pound for pounds. John Jones might be number one, but Islam is right there as well. So I guess, what have you made of Islam's last few fights? Because even Islam said his last fight against Dustin, he knows he made mistakes and he knows what he has to do to correct them. So I guess when you watched that fight, were you seeing mistakes that Islam was making too? And just what do you make of his skill set as a whole recently?
Of course, everybody has mistake. To watch fight is so easy, but to fight is so difficult. And when I watch my fights, I said, why I did like some stupid mistakes. And everybody has mistakes, and he had 2 in his last fights. And previous fight was the with Volkanovski was no mistakes, just was a short fight. So, and yeah, but he finished in the 5th round, and he got the performance, and he looked good. So.
And you said during your first fight, you took Islam down, and then you kept trying to wrestle him, and maybe you threw the game plan out the window and used all your energy a little quickly. Have you had to work on that, or have your coaches had to talk to you to be kind of refocus you and make you stick to the game plan and not just shoot in so much or kind of throw the game plan out?
Yeah, this time I'm gonna listen my corners. Sometimes, I believe myself too much, and and like, okay. Like when someone say don't do that, I want to do that. I don't know why. Like even like at home, like if someone like tell me to do something, I just don't want to do that. So I want to do opposite. But this time, to get the belt, I gotta listen my corners very well and do what I gotta do. So just I have a game plan, and I gotta like keep listening. So
are they the ones that came up with this secret technique that you've been teasing everyone with?
Yeah, everybody asking like, tell me your secret technique. Like, how can I tell you? Okay, high kick. I'm like saying everybody, and like it's I don't know. I shouldn't say that secret technique. It's like everybody asking the same question. What's the secret? What's the secret What's the secret technique? It's like I don't know. Like no makes sense to ask that question. So it's a high kick, guys.
That you said you didn't really feel pressure in this fight because the pressure is on Islam. You're doing this for fun, but then you've also been talking about you envision your life as a champion, and then after this it'll be the big money fights. This is for legacy. So is this still just for fun, or are you envisioning life winning the belts, and does this fight mean even more to you, and you do feel a little pressure at all?
No, I don't feel pressure. I just I'm doing for fun, but like I have a goal to be a champion. I said like I started doing this for fun, like, and then I became a professional fighter, UFC fighter, and now I'm just 28 years old, and I have like 7 years to build my name very big, make a lot of money, defend as much as possible, and like to be number 1 in this game.
And obviously, winning a world title is everything you want, but to beat someone like Islam, who people are already saying is one of the best this division's ever seen, best in the sport, does that add something to it, or is it really kind of irrelevant who you're fighting? It's just the title that matters.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it was Charles Oliveira or Gagey or whatever. Just it's the same goal. It's a title right now. I'm focusing on just title. It's my goal. Even if if we're gonna compare rematch with Islam Makhachev or title, I'll pick title because it's a history, like different stories. So
this super secret technique that you can't tell us about, is it something like we've seen in MMA before, or is it something like you've completely invented and you're going to like jump through the air, somersault, and like double foot him in the face, or is it something we might actually be able to recognize when you do it?
No, that technique I've never seen in UFC, in highlights as well.
When we see you do it, will we go, that's what he was talking about?
For sure. That's that technique. Yeah. You're gonna say, oh wow, what is that? Like a up kick the last fight. So okay. You never seen when I'm like throwing up kick, Cool. But like it's so rare, a rare kick as well. It's like a couple fighters who did like a up kick, in the UFC as well.
If you throw it and it doesn't work, will you be like kind of disappointed, or are you gonna just be able to roll with it?
You mean up kick?
No, your super secret technique.
It's gonna work if I throw it.
Arman, over here to your right still. I I know you said that if you beat Islam, you would be willing to give him a trilogy fight. There's only been one other trilogy in the history of the lightweight division, with Frankie Edgar and Gray Maynard. Do you feel like when your guys' careers are over, are we going to look back at this rivalry and these fights between you and Islam and say it's the biggest rivalry in lightweight history?
I can tell right now it's gonna be one of the best fight in lightweight division, and one of the fight you like. Everybody is waiting for this fight. And the trilogy is gonna be the same, and everybody gonna talk about this fight. Even our fight was like 5 years or almost 6 years ago, and like everybody talked about that fight as well. So because 6 years ago we showed so good fight, and everybody talks about the fight. Can imagine what happened this Saturday if we have improved so much, and this time is gonna be same. Like people gonna talk about this fight next 10 years as well.
Arman,
right here, bro. Over here.
He's older. He started first.
Oh,
so.
hey, thank you. Are you sure? I don't want to jump in front of anyone, but if Arman says you're the boss, thanks, Arman. I appreciate it a lot. When you two first fought, you were just 22 years old, and he was almost 28. Now you're right in your prime at 28, and he's almost 34. I know you've improved tremendously by watching you. Do you feel he's improved? He's stayed the same, or maybe he's a little bit worse than when you fought him and he was only 28?
No, he improved a lot. He changed his game, and he started do very well, like Muay Thai, clinch, and he throw his left knee. He has good. So, and he does very very smart game. He doesn't waste his energy. He doesn't do a lot, but it's enough to win. And. We both got improved. So
absolutely. What do you think
about he's in his prime right now, because 33 years old, and he got a lot of experience. He did a lot of title defense, and he's on his prime. But I think I'm in my prime as well, and I'm ready to beat him.
Absolutely. I'm sure you're not concerned about the odds, but are you surprised that you're like a 3-1 underdog? Many of us thought it should have been like an even bet, even money to see who would win between you and Islam.
No, I was a little bit surprised, but I was happy for my fans. They're gonna put a lot of money on me.
Absolutely. And then the last one for me is, what do you feel is going to be the difference between this fight and the other one? Obviously you winning, but do you feel the fight will look similar to the first one, or is it going to be very different in your opinion?
It's going to be a little bit different because I improved my striking so much, my wrestling, and I'm now more smarter than I was, and and I got a lot of different techniques, not just simple 1-2 kick, and now I have good combinations that I can throw, and yeah, it's gonna be a little bit different. We're gonna strike more than wrestle, I feel like.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, right here, brother. Age before.
Where's my t-shirt?
Age before beauty, right? If the fight goes your way Saturday night, is the celebration plan still to walk across Russia with the belt?
Yeah, but walk is gonna be. I checked on the GPT chat. He said me I gotta walk 182 days, but I gotta defend that title. So we decided to drive. It's 10-15 days, but drives is better. I'm gonna drive.
And then you always make these videos. You say this is my last meal before camp. Camp starts tomorrow, where you're sitting in front of 30 plates of Dave's hot chicken or In-N-Out burgers. Do you have a favorite fast food spot?
Yeah, right now it's the Dave's hot chicken, number one right now.
Arman right here.
Arman, when you and I met and talked Monday, you told me you wanted to dominate Islam Makhachev. What does domination look like to you?
Domination is like when you go there and just work 25 minutes non-stop and don't let him wrestle you and strike you. Just show your all skills. But on my mind, it's a finish, and I don't want to show like even fight because he's a champ and the judges can give it to him. So that's why I gotta make a good. I gotta like show good performance and to show everybody I'm in different level.
Can you just take us through your mindset of what it's like to think about one opponent, one fight over the last 5 years, and to finally get it? What is that like? Just the anticipation and build up for you right now.
It's like a dream fight, like especially when he became a champion. You said I was like number 10, and he already was a champ. He became a champ, and I was ranked number 10 or something like that. And I said, I'm like, I gotta win my fights and like get the title. And in 5 years, I'm here, and so I have a chance to get that title this Saturday. And when they told me you're gonna fight for the title, I was super happy, so excited. But now I'm just focusing on the fight. I'm not thinking, oh, okay, I just got what I wanted. But the main goal right now it's to be a champion, not just go there that I fought for the title and I got title fight.
Intuit Dome in Los Angeles, it's going to be about 18,000 people. A lot of them are going to be your fans. You're going to have that home court advantage, like you said. When your music hits, what's going on through your head? What kind of adrenaline rush do you get? And how does that help you in the fight?
Yeah, it's when I listen my music, I try never listen the music during the fight camp or off season. I just want to listen just one time fight day, and when I listen to music, it gives me a lot of motivation, and it drives me like crazy, and I'm ready to fight, with anybody.
I'm sure a lot of the fans are going to want to hug you and not throw the middle finger at you this time. So it should be a easier walk out into the cage. But last one from me, your hometowns in Armenia, Georgia, Russia, you're talking to your family and friends. Can you just give us a description of what the global anticipation and atmosphere is going to be like for your hometowns?
Yeah, everybody excited. They can't wait me to bring the belt home. Yeah, like I have a lot of places, a lot of places where I have home. I have home in Georgia. I have home in Russia. I have home in Armenia. So, but everywhere live people who supports me in different countries. So this belt gonna be for them, for everybody, not just for three of that country.
Thank you, Arman.
Arman right here. Arman, the internet has called you the Armenian Bruce Wayne. How do you feel about that name? The secret identity of the Batman.
Who's that Bruce Wayne?
Batman.
Armenian Batman.
Yes.
What was the question?
How do you feel about that name? They say it's because you're a fantastic fighter, but they also think Arman might be one of the richest fighters without fighting.
Что Бэтмен вообще делает?
Он же миллионер.
Бэтмен
Получается миллионер, но никто не знает. Он в костюм переодевается, потом Бэтменом.
Sorry, I don't watch movies. That's why I don't know who is Batman. And он что, помогает людям, да? Какой вопрос он говорит? Что я думаю об этом?
Если тебя сравнивают с Бэтменом, потому что он миллионер, но ночью он переодевается в костюм и борется с преступностью. И тебя схоже, то есть ты мог бы не заниматься боями, потому что тебе так все хорошо.
И что надо ответить?
Тебе такое сравнение.
Yeah, kind of similar, and but I gotta help more people like Batman does. So hopefully after this fight, I'm gonna have time and I can help people who needs me.
Fans are very curious because you had that nicer car than Dana White in the video. Is your family? Do you have a lot of money outside of MMA, Arman?
I do not. My father maybe has.
Okay, thank you. Finally, if you weren't a fighter, what do you think your job would be?
Hanging out on my island, drinking.
He really is
Water.
the Armenian Bruce Wayne.
I'll keep it at one final question from me, Armanjan. Ever since you started your UFC career about 6 years ago, you did gain a massive Armenian, following. But during the past 6 years, I know Armenians around the world, Armenians in Armenia and Artsakh have gone through some war and tragedy. Tell me about what it means to, represent such a resilient type of people, a strong type of people, and also be able to fight in front of such a large population of Armenians.
When I think about that, like I said, it's like gives me motivation, to work hard and never give up. And it drives me to get my goal, and I want to bring the goal for my people. And we always had the bad times, and I want to make them happy this Saturday.
Thank you.
Баревдес Арманджан,
Баревдес.
Гамарджоба, привет.
Гамарджоба.
Или если верить твоей кофте, то бонжорно.
Buongiorno. Тарагачи.
Недавно мы видели, как Изида Адесанья и Роберт Уитакер стали тренироваться вместе, помогать друг другу, хотя до этого дрались дважды. Ты представляешь себе ситуацию, при которой ты вместе с Исламом пройдешь лагерь, когда ваша история будет закрыта?
Может быть, почему нет? Почему нет? Может все поменяться, и у нас нет никакой вражды между собой. Просто спортивный интерес. Также мы живем в одной стране, и я в этом ничего такого не вижу, только наоборот полезно.
Но ты в свое время говорил, что именно Хабиб мотивировал тебя на то, чтобы заниматься ММА на серьезном уровне. Для тебя это будет какой-то дополнительной мотивацией? Есть ли у тебя цель поработать, пройти лагерь под руководством Хабиба?
Да, конечно, я бы хотел пройти лагерь, получить какой-то опыт, посмотреть, как они тренируются. И больше всего это опыт, да, у которого есть Хабиба, просто отнять у него это, послушать его. И он больше, я думаю, мотиватор, да, такой первопроходец, который прошел через это все, и он парням, которые с ним, уже намного легче, потому что он это все проходил, он все знает, как нужно, что нужно. И да, хотелось бы, конечно.
Спасибо, хорошего боя.
Брат,
Всё.
последний вопрос, можно, пожалуйста?
Да, давай.
Все пытаются узнать, брат, какую ты секретную технику хочешь использовать в бою. Хотя бы ты можешь сказать, это что-то связанное со стойкой или с борьбой?
Со стойкой.
Со стойкой. И еще один последний вопрос. Дал ли тебе отец какие-то напутственные слова перед боем? Как-то тебя морально подготовил? Что-то тебе сказал такое важное?
Не, он ничего не говорил. Он сказал, что волосы надо постричь обязательно. Бороду подстричь надо. И чтобы не мешалось. Я это займусь завтра или сегодня вечером. И сказал, чтобы я ходил уверенно, чтобы они не думали, что я их боюсь. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
give him a sip of water first. Moicano right here. Obviously, you know, from a main event in your last fight, you in UFC 300 before that. Now you have another big pay-per-view. You're on the main card. So I guess, you know, how's life been since? Because I feel like you've never been as popular as you have right now.
Yeah, life is good. Bitcoin is almost 100K again. Feeling great.
I saw you taking photos at the airport after your UFC 300. A lot of fans were coming up and asking for your photos. So have you just noticed even more attention since, you know, UFC 300 to now? It just seems like fans are kind of gravitating you. You've built this following online, and, you know, and anytime money is brought up, they always say Money Moicano. So are you just noticing a lot more interest from fans in your life?
Yeah, it's funny, you know, it's funny. I have been in UFC for 10 years and I didn't have many fans, many people watching me. And now I would not say a huge amount of fans, but some people like my work, like what I say, think I'm funny, and I'm happy with that.
Do you think, are you noticing people that are coming up to you that aren't even fans of fighting, but they just hear your post-fight interviews and they see your podcast and they come up to talk to you about stuff that isn't even about fighting?
Yeah, especially in Brazil, you know, especially people that like Bitcoin and is more like they have a libertarian kind of politics, you know, because I talk a lot about that. So yes, but to be honest with you, I don't care too much. I'm not here to please anybody. I just want money.
Well, you wanted that money fight against Patty, but you got Beneil instead.
Easy money, easy money.
So what do you make of Beneil? Because I saw an interview you did, and you said, you know, I like the guy, but I'm going to beat his ass.
100%, 100%. Saturday night, I will beat the shit out of Beneil Dariush, and it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know why people call him old, because if they call him old, they call me old because I'm older than them. So don't call him old. But that being said, Saturday, I'm gonna beat the shit out of the old man.
Well, I was gonna ask you about.
Don't be mad at me. I'm just trying to make funny. But to answer your question, I like Beneil Dariush very much. I respect him very much. He is dangerous. He has more knockout power than me. He has more knockouts than me. He's very fucking awkward. If you remember his fight against Draca Close, he was almost getting knocked out, and then he was swinging his arms, and he got the guy. Good jiu-jitsu. He's in a tough position, 2 losses, and I'm gonna make sure he end up in a worse position, you know, because I will beat him. Doesn't matter if he's good, if he's bad. I cannot afford to lose. I'm gonna say the same thing that I say in France. I'm not fucking losing. My mindset is go over there and dominate him. Doesn't matter. If was Islam or anybody, I respect everybody in this division. But like I say, I believe in myself. I'm going over there Saturday, and I will bring my best every time.
We'll kind of go off the age thing that you were joking about people calling him an old man. He said something along the lines of, like, he likes fighting up-and-coming stars, even though you both debuted in the UFC in the same year. And people were kind of commenting about that he debuted in January, you debuted in December. So did you hear that comment, that he's kind of viewing you as an up-and-coming star, even though you've been in the UFC just as long as...
I'm older than you, motherfucker. What you mean? But no, jokes aside, you know, I have been in UFC for a long time, but like I say, people don't know me because back in the day, my English was not that good, and I didn't have the same mindset, because back in the day, I was trying to build the audience like I had now, but I don't know, my English was not that good, but then something changed, and I realized, fuck that. Fuck everything. I'm just gonna be myself, and I will enjoy fighting. I will talk some shit, because in Brazil it's very bad if you talk like I'm talking right now. People judge you and they say, hey, you have to be humble and that. But this is the fight game. People want to hear that, you know. People want to hear that you're gonna beat the old man, all that stuff that I come up. So right now I don't care. I just don't care to talk about that.
So why do you think fighters like Jose Aldo, who didn't talk shit and just went out there and fought, have become such a big superstar, but then you yourself, who's been fighting for so long, had to start, you know, talking on the microphone to get all these fans? I
think it's culture, you know, and especially because, like I say, First Amendment here is on the Constitution. You can talk whatever you want. In Brazil, we don't have the same. In Brazil, we have like we don't have freedom of speech in Brazil. And I think that's big part of culture. Even people don't realize 200 years ago, somebody thought about that. That's very important to tell what you want. And in Brazil, it's not like that politically, culturally. So if we start to talk, people, hey, don't say that. Don't talk about that guy. Don't do that. And even though we are seeing this in Brazil, we cannot talk what we want. And America, there's another thing. America was built on shows like Broadway, all that stuff. So you guys, WWE, so you guys know how to make promotions, and you guys want to sell tickets. And if you want to sell tickets, you have to bring something, right? People want to buy tickets if they see something that is different, is cool. So I think that's a huge part, like culturally and politically.
When did this kind of click for you? Because I think people view that fight at Madison Square Garden, that post fight, when you were yelling into the microphone, as the moment this Money Moicano took over. Was there a moment that it clicks for you that you did have to kind of be more outspoken?
I think was when I fought in Texas, you know, and DC was over there, and I say, I want big checks, big money, you know, and then because that fight, because you have to understand, like in Brazil, Jose Aldo, Anderson Silva, all these guys, they were my idols, right? When I was young. And then I say, I want to be like these guys, humble, os, and do that. So, but then I lost to Jose Aldo and I lost to Korean Zombie. And everybody that was cheering for me start to criticizing me on the internet. Say, this guy is bad. This guy is a bum. This guy is very bad. And then I realized, fuck the fans, you know? Why I'm here? To make money. And then I want to make money. And then this whole character, this whole persona come up.
And just last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event and co-main event of this card?
Man, that's such, I'm so happy that I'm on before these fights, because I can watch live, and I want to start with the co-main event. That's a fight that I'm really interested in watch, you know, because I think right now Merab is the underdog, and Merab being the underdog on this fight is criminal, you know, because Merab beat 6 former champions. He's been dominating the division. He was underdog against Sean O'Malley, and the guy just have one of the best conditions in the UFC, good wrestler, like to put pressure. And the other side, he's fighting one of Khabib's guy, right? Very good, maybe even better than Merab on the striking. But I don't know. I think Merab will beat Umar, but I don't know. And on the other hand, we have this rematch. We have to remember Tsarukyan got the first fight on a week notice against Khabib prodigy, right? So everybody knew that after Khabib, Islam would be the man on the division, and he did very well. And now he has the chance to get back to get this loss back and to be the champion of the world. This is a very good scenario for him. But Islam is just too big, you know. Islam is the champion. But I don't know. I think the odds are wrong. I think Tsarukyan should be a little bit more respected with the odds.
What do you make of Arman said that if he beats Islam, it's money fights. He wants the fights that'll give him the most money. But he would be the champion of your division, so you might have to work your way up. But he might not want to fight you if you're not this big money name. So, you know, what do you make of the champion might not want to defend titles against?
I think that makes sense, because before this fight week, I didn't know the motherfucker was a billionaire, right? I think nobody knew that. I thought he was just a regular motherfucker, but turns out he has like Lamborghinis and jets and airplanes and all that shit. So that makes sense that he's fighting for sport and legacy. And I think when he become champion, he say, okay, I accomplished my goal. Now I want money. So that makes sense. But let's see. I don't think he's that draw yet that can like fight to have the same aura as McGregor. I was watching these guys on the interviews and stuff, and they are very they are the same, you know. I don't know if they bring that much attention. Of course, Islam is a huge champion, and he has a huge audience, and he's very good. But I don't know, to UFC start to see you as a potential superstar like he wants to be is not easy. So I don't know. And about me fighting for the belt against him, I don't mind. I don't care. And if it doesn't happen, it's not on my control. My only control is training, show up, say some funny shit, and win fights.
Moicano, back here. So when you mentioned about the losses you had in the past, it seemed to me featherweight was maybe not the best decision if you look back on it. Would you agree to that, or are you glad you tried featherweight?
The thing is, before the featherweight, I did compete at 135 one time. I almost killed myself one time,
right?
But I made the weight, and I don't think the problem was being a 45 because back in the day I was lighter, but to be honest, I think was my mindset, you know? Like I say, I was in 145. I was really good. I got in the top 5. I was one fight away from the title, and I lost to Jose Aldo. And I don't want to take anything from him because he's a legend, but I lost to myself because I remember going to the fight like fearful, you know? Oh my God, I'm going to fight my idol. I'm going to fight Jose Aldo and this and that. And right now, if I would fight a fight like that again, I say, fuck that. He's just a guy, brother. He's just a human. I don't care. I will do my best. So I think the weight division helps because now I don't have to kill myself. But that was no excuse. The weight in loss was not an excuse for my losses because I lost on the 155 too.
Right. So it seems like something happened that made you Renato Moicano 2.0. What was it, if you can think back, that went from where you're having some close fights, you're winning some, you're losing some, now all of a sudden you're killing it every fight? Can you tell me what might have changed or shifted?
I think it was when my son born, right? Because he born, and I say, man, I'm fucked. Now I have to take care of him for the rest of my life. I need money. I need like a better house. I need to take care of stuff. So that changed, and then this whole process of that I was talking about mindset and stuff, because like I say, fight is very real. If you lie to yourself with fighting, you're going to end up losing again. So I remember old days, fighters that they used to gas out on fighting. They say, no, I have something on my nose. I have to get my nose fixed and you'll be fine. No, this is just a lie. You have to look yourself and say, what you doing bad, what you doing wrong, what you have to correct. And in my case I was not using grappling. You know, I have been training grappling since I was like 11, 12 years old. I have been training grappling throughout my life, but I was not trying takedowns. Now I take down people and I beat the shit out of them, you know, like I did with Benoit Saint-Denis. So in my mind, I start to say, hey, you have to use your grappling. But back in the day, I didn't train wrestling, so I was afraid of try takedowns and get tired, you know. So I work on that, wrestling, conditioning, and now I feel good, you know. I can take somebody down like I did last year with Drew Dober. If they stand up, I will take them down again. And so my thought process was what I need to correct, what I can correct, you know, because some stuff you cannot correct. I'm not gonna be the Mike Tyson. I'm not gonna be knocking people out, you know. It's just I don't have that kind of power to knock people out. So you have to realize, okay, what you can do, you know, what you can do with what you have, and that's why I think that I change in my mind. I start to look my career as a business, you know. I put all the points and I say what I have to do to get better, recovery, and I did a plan, who I need to fight to put me on a good position, what I have to talk. So I took my fighting career more like a businessman, and I knew I was getting old, so I need to rush, and that's why I'm fighting nonstop.
Excellent explanation. Great English too, by the way. Really appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Yeah. I teach English to myself. That's even impressive,
that's
my brother.
Very impressive.
I didn't have a fucking teacher.
That's awesome. One last thing. Can you tell us who's helped you? Who have you trained with for this fight?
A lot of guys. Dustin Poirier helped me for the fight. A guy named Dakota, he used to compete in UFC. He got like a short notice in UFC, and then UFC kick him out, but he's really good. A good southpaw is helping. Good southpaw has been helping me a lot because last year I fought 3 southpaws, and JJ, a Bellator fighter, very good jiu-jitsu, and I have trained with Grant Dawson too, great wrestler. So ATT, we have a lot of people, human material to help me with training camps, but the most important thing was training my mind. You know what I have to do, the strategy, all that stuff. You know, everybody can go to the gym and train wrestling and jiu-jitsu, but not thinking about what they have to do. My focus was on the strategy, what I need to do to take this guy out of the cage as soon as possible, and that's what I'm going to do on Saturday.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Renato?
Hey, Renato.
Sorry, Renato. O Beneil Dariush é conhecido pelo grappling afiado, mas você também tem jogo de chão forte. Quem vai dar a primeira jaula de jiu-jitsu em octágono, no sábado à noite?
Muchas gracias. Now I'm gonna try my Spanish. Acredito que... vou tentar falar em espanhol. Acredito... Não, tô brincando. Acredito que meu jiu-jitsu é melhor do que Tsarukyan. Not Tsarukyan,
Dariush.
Dariush, I'm doing mistake over here. Dariush is a very good jiu-jitsu player. Man, I'm mixing up. Acho que o Dariush é um excelente lutador de jiu-jitsu, mas uma vez que eu colocar ele no chão, eu vou dominar e finalizar.
Perfeito. Você sempre traz energia para lutas também fora de lais. Se você pudesse descrever sua estratégia contra Dariush usando uma música, quem e por quê?
Não sei que música descreveria, mas uma coisa eu posso dizer: codo and face.
Hey, Renato. We've got like Donald Trump coming into office over here. He's surrounded by pro crypto people. You know, there's talk about having a strategic reserve in Bitcoin. You know, as somebody who's probably looking at the price of Bitcoin every day, what do you think the price will be at the end of the year if it was 100K at the start of the year?
You spoiling my victory speech, my brother. But thank you so much for that. Thank you for asking. I think the most important thing that you ask is not how much Bitcoin gonna be in price, because that's not what Bitcoin is about. Bitcoin is about private property, ownership, decentralization, less government, and it's not about the price. Because I think Bitcoin doesn't have a top, because fiat currency doesn't have a bottom. You know, we have been losing money to the inflation for so long. I have been living in America for 7 years, and on these 7 years, my purchasing power just collapsed, you know. If you try to afford a home nowadays, you can't, like, especially young people. So 100% the strategic reserve will be the only way to get out of debt in America. You know, I don't know if you follow economics, but nowadays, all states and these welfare states, they get by this debt, and if you see the GDP ratio to the debt is like 136% of the GDP, $36 trillion in debt, and the government cannot pay the debt. They only pay the interest every year. That means they maxing out the card every year, and they're getting another card to pay. So the Bitcoin, if they adopt the Bitcoin, if they do a strategic reserve, they could do just like Michael Saylor is doing with MicroStrategy, you know? They could just buy Bitcoin and hold long enough, and with the appreciation of the asset, we could get out of debt, you know? I think that's the only way. I don't see America increase his productivity. I don't see America getting rich, because it's a very hard thing to jump up the productivity. But if Bitcoin start to get the money from real estate, from stocks, for all these other reserve of value, and this money that people put on every stuff to don't lose money to inflation, the appreciation is going to be huge, and this could be help very much America's debt. But we have to see. And I know January 20, Trump gets into the office, and if he is follow his promises that he did on Nashville on the Bitcoin conference, I think the price will skyrocket. If he do what he said, that's going to be very beneficial to Bitcoin. But like I say, Bitcoin was born because of the 2008 collapse with the bankings and the bailouts, and we know about that. We know this is on the Genesis block, on the first block. So it's good if America adopt Bitcoin for America, not for Bitcoin. If America doesn't adopt the Bitcoin, don't create a strategic reserve, somebody else will do, and then the game theory will start, and whoever's buy the Bitcoin first is going to be rich. And I want America to be rich, to be prosperous, and to be the biggest economy for the next 100 years. So I would strongly advise Mr. Trump to fulfill his promises. But who am I? I don't know shit. I'm not financial advisor. If I can say something to you is try to read and understand Bitcoin in the Austrian Economic School, and understand that money and investments, they should be created by savings, not by debit. And the whole system in America and in the other countries like Brazil, and they say they are democratic, but in reality, this debt is enslaving the next generations. The next generation going to be poor since the 1971 when they end the gold standard. They are just in print money and getting the debt bigger and bigger. And whoever born on the next generation will pay for the debt. So thank you so much for spoiling my speech. Thank you so much.
Make sure you guys let the fans know. Crying about how nice my LA gear was. So it sits, they kind of said F where we're at.
On the other side?
Just say they didn't complain about the chains though. You know what I mean?
Good morning, everybody. We actually got another jacket for Kevin to put on this morning. For those of you I don't know or don't know me, Jeff Nowitzki, I'm the Senior Vice President of Anti-Doping Compliance with the UFC. And I'm here today to present to Kevin Holland his 50-time perfect test history jacket. I know most of you have seen these presentations. For those that haven't, this is something we started a few years ago, recognizing these athletes for a perfect test history under our anti-doping program, because what they do is extraordinary. It's unique not only to MMA, but really to professional sports. They're subject to testing 365 days a year, no notice testing, so unannounced, where doping control officers or DCOs are often knocking on their door early in the morning, late at night, or the middle of the day. And Kevin's got a great recent story, which I think epitomizes these burdens and inconveniences our athletes go through. Back in November, he texted me early one morning saying, "Hey, Jeff, I'm all about this program, but can you tell that DCO when he shows up at my house early in the morning to clearly announce who is on the other side of the door?" I think he said, "I sometimes live a wild life, and in my neighborhood, if you don't announce who you are on the other side of the door, you may find a few extra peepholes in the door." But he's gone through that, or a variation of that, 50 times in his 6.5-year career, and has been perfect. So Kevin, I mean, your legacy is not only your activity. I heard you next door saying you want to fight 6 times this year. your exciting finishes, your ability to step up last minute, but it really, part of your legacy is being a clean athlete. You showed us that. You showed the world that. So we really appreciate it. And it's my honor to present to you your 50-time perfect test history jacket.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. And make no mistake about it, guys. This is actually a real leather. That's real leather. Put you there. Yes, sir. That's a nice jacket. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jeff. All right. No, man, I might sell it to somebody. No, I'm playing.
Kev, I get the idea that the story he just shared about you maybe, needing to have your visitors announced might not be the worst drug testing experience you've had. Have you had some crazy, wacky ones, or was that the worst one you've had to deal with?
What are we talking about here? Are we talking about USADA, or are we talking about when I was on probation?
We'll go with USADA for now.
Okay. Nah, honestly, that's usually about as bad as it gets. USADA, they actually have done a really good job. I know they're not USADA anymore, but they've actually done a really good job of always coming to the house, taking care of me. I've had some really good testing agents. I just really can't complain, to be honest with you. And honestly, I told them don't show up to my house on Sundays. They stopped showing up at my house on Sundays. So they've been nothing but fantastic to me.
He was just mentioning about maybe putting some extra peepholes in the door. I think I saw on your social media like a week ago. Did your pistol get stolen recently?
Yeah. Actually, somebody actually stole. They actually broke the window in the truck when we were out eating in Houston, and I love that city. And they stole my bag out the car. I keep a survival bag in the car just in case you never know what's going to happen. And it had a nice Kimber in there. Sometimes I transfer. You know what I mean? The guns from this spot to that spot. And so I was, I had my Kimber in there and they got the Kimber. So that sucks. I really liked that Kimber too. I was just shooting bunnies and stuff with it the day before.
Fair enough. Reinier de Ridder, how much do we know about him? I mean, at this point, I feel like you fight so frequently that it almost really is irrelevant who you're fighting. You're going to come in there and do your thing and put on the show that you do. But what do we know about this opponent? What are you expecting out of him on Saturday?
I know he had a pretty decent career at one. I know he lost all that before he came over here. So just keep him losing.
Yeah. You said we just had 6 times this year. Is that the plan?
Yeah, ideal would be 6 times. In 2020, we all know I didn't have that many months to work, and I still got a lot done that year. So this year, I'm starting off really, really early with it being January, and I got plenty of time to work. So I think 6 would be easy. And being realistically, I could probably do 7 and make sure that nobody ever catches up again.
I saw you do an interview. I think it was with Demetrius Johnson where you spoke about the Hamzat fight and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
My question to you is it kind of one of the sad things about this sport that the only way you really get a massive pay jump is to take a fight where the odds are basically all against you?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty crazy, but you will never see me complaining.
Thanks very much.
You also said in that interview with DJ, you finish at the end of 3 to give fans kind of what their money's worth in there. So what kind of fight are you expecting from Reinier in there?
I think we'll spend at least one of those rounds. If it goes to 3, we'll spend one of those rounds up against the cage. Him trying to take me down, ultimately not really being able to do it the way he wants to. Beating him up a little bit on the body, beating him up a little bit on the feet, beating him up a little bit in the head. And literally I said the body, the feet, and the head, and that's what I mean. I mean, stomping his feet, kneeing his body, and blasting his head. And then ultimately I just see him starting to fade and just giving me the dub. And it's like that's just kind of how I picture it. It's like when he lost his belts at the last organization, he kind of just faded and gave the belts away. So it's like maybe that's what he does. He fades and gives it away.
He was in here and he said, if you can avoid your right hand down the middle, that he says you hide very well, that he envisions himself taking you down and choking you out. So did you have to, not that you don't have a high level black belt, but did you have to bring in people to kind of prep for a grappler like him?
No, shit. Probably grappled less getting ready for this guy. I mean, it's like if he subs me, that'd be fucking crazy. I don't think he does anything that great on the ground. Him and the Gerald Mearshart fight was fun. Gerald's a tough person to fight. I've been there before, done that before. That being said, Mearshart just made a slight mistake. And Mearshart not made that mistake. I think in round 3, Mearshart would have won that fight. The guy was ready to quit.
And then obviously, you do knock a lot of your opponents out, so everyone will talk about your striking. But do you think people kind of overlook your grappling ability in there, knowing that you do have a black belt, I believe, under?
No, I don't think so. I mean, think about it. They don't even call it a Darce choke anymore. They call it a dark man choke, and that's because of me.
Kevin, back here. So I talked to our mutual friend, Justin Adams, and I said, your opponent may be from Holland, but you are Holland.
Yeah.
So I think that trumps that, right?
For definitely. And then I think he had a couple fans kept asking me if I like Dutch cheese. I am Dutch cheese, baby. Let's go.
I love it. Speaking about Justin, you are training with some really good people under Travis Lutter. You're a black belt. And can you tell us some of the people that have helped you for this camp?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always in Houston. I'm always with Bob over there at Main Street. Chico, those guys been helping me out too. And then, of course, back at home with Travis Lutter and all my BJJ guys, it's always good work. And then we brought in a wrestler this time. And, I'm always happy when I get to finally find a wrestling coach that I actually can get along with. So shout out to Quentin. He's been doing a really, really good job. His reviews are amazing. His classes are really good. So he starts off the class and we don't know exactly what direction he's going in, but by the time it's over with, we're all happy that we came. So really, really happy with the way the gym's looking right now. Team Luter's looking better than it ever has before. Shout out to Cowboy. He really did grow the MMA program, and even the morning program's looking good with Derek Perkins. They're helping out with the striking. So overall, it's been really freaking cool. I mean, I've never seen my gyms be so on point. So I'm happy with that.
Love to hear that. Last question for me. I always love talking to you coming up. We used to talk every few months, and I'm really glad to come back in here. We're going to be getting you on that killer winning track, and I know you can't do that. How do you feel this opponent compares with some of the guys you fought? And if you had to compare him with one individual, who would you say he might be like most or on that
Chiesa.
level? Chiesa. Okay.
Chiesa. Yeah, Chiesa. You probably said it better than I did. For sure, I would say him, bigger Chiesa, and just because Chiesa doesn't have the best striking in the world, but we all know that you have to respect his grappling. And I think the same thing with this guy. But I think that being said, I think Chiesa's a little better. I think he's definitely more well-rounded, and he's definitely fought stiffer competition.
Excellent. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
You got it, brother.
Okay, right here, brother. Just kind of going off of what he said there. You saw Reinier downstairs. Was that the first time you saw him?
Yeah, first time seeing the guy. I think you were right there. It's crazy. You look at his stats and you look at everything everybody says about the guy, and they say he's 6'4", and he's ex-champ at 205 and ex-champ at 85 in a different organization. So when you put that together and you see a 205er, you're usually thinking like, John Jones when they're 6'4". So, you're like Alex Pereira when they're 6'4". So you're thinking this guy has to be 230 pounds, 240 pounds on the off season. And a huge guy. My first time seeing him, he didn't seem to be 6'4", and he didn't seem to be 230 or anything close to that. He seemed to be about a good 6'3", 170 pounds soaking wet. But we all know he's a middleweight, so he's a little heavier than that.
And then I know the music video was made a couple of years ago, but
yeah,
how is this rap career? Like, where did this start?
I had a cousin. He was actually he was trying to get his little rap career off the ground, and I was so for it. And my vision was this: is like if I can help him, get half of my fans, and then he grabs his own, that'd be amazing. Because if he gets his rap career off the ground, they all know rappers make a lot of money, and then people in the family won't ask me for money anymore. They'll just ask him. That was the goal. It just didn't go exactly as planned.
So, possible collaboration with Bryce Mitchell? Are we gonna make?
I got to do a collab with Bryce Mitchell. I need to do a collab with Bryce Mitchell. I need to do a cypher with a couple different UFC guys, but I ain't gonna say too much on it because we know people like to steal their ideas. But I'm damn sure gonna get a country song with Bryce Mitchell because all of Texas needs a country song for me. Why not?
Hey, Kevin over here.
Yeah.
Kevin, have you traded any shoes with Dana White recently?
No, honestly, we haven't. It's like we haven't done shoes in a long time. I think he has every Travis Scott that ever came out. And that's all he really likes is Travis Scott's. So it's kind of hard to keep that man happy,
What's the best shoe you ever sent him and vice versa that he gifted to you?
He got me some shoes from the shoe surgeon. There were some shoes that I really, really wanted. Desert Storms, I believe. And then I think the coolest pair of shoes I got him were just the Def Dreams. And they were the Chuckies. Just because I knew he had bought his son some Chuckies from the shoe surgeon, and I knew how much those cost. So it was just nice to get him something pretty similar. It just cost a lot less. Save a guy some money.
Thank you.
Hey, Kevin. Kevin, is he all right? Hey,
yeah.
In that interview with DJ, you said you were high as a kite during the Vittori fight week. I'm just wondering if you've ever smoked with Bobby Lee, because he said to me, Bobby Lee.
Who's Bobby Lee?
Not Bobby Lee, Kevin Lee, sorry.
Kevin Lee? Oh, no. I don't even know where the fuck Kevin fits in all this. You guys remember that shit? That shit used to be funny. I'm sorry, bro. That was just a little
he said to me before that he could smoke any UFC fighter under the table.
Kevin Lee? Yeah, he can't outsmoke me.
Bobby Green, sorry, Bobby Green.
Bobby Green?
Bobby Green.
No, he can't outsmoke me. No, none of these guys can outsmoke me. Maybe if they're doing like those crackhead things like dabs and shit like that, because I don't do dabs. That's for crackheads. But I smoke weed, reefer, the right way. Blunts, papers. I smoke reefer the right way. And I smoke a lot of reefer. You come play 2K with me, you'll see. You know, we'll play 2K, we'll smoke reefer, and I guarantee you I win.
I'll take you up on that.
Probably not in 2K, but I win on the reefer.
Kevin, I don't know if you've always been big mouth, but it seems like the whole big mouth persona kind of took off in LA. It was like 6 years ago you fought Thiago Santos, and that was sort of a big coming out party for you. How does it feel to be back in LA? And just how do you examine your career from that moment on, where you really kind of launched on a pay-per-view? And
it was crazy because the name Big Mouth did pretty much become designed there, like it became permanent there. But I've always been Jabba Jones. I've always talked during competitions. I've always been that type of guy. That being said, it's been a long time coming, and I honestly finally feel like Big Mouth and Trailblazers combined together, and they know how to show up at the right time, at the right place. I know how to be Big Mouth right here for the media for you guys, and in the fights when I'm already kicking the ass, and I know how to be Trailblazer, which goes out there and gets a very beautiful dub the right way. So yeah, TBBM, baby. Trailblazer, Big Mouth. Best business moves.
You're a part of this stacked card, fighting in this brand new arena and in a packed crowd here at LA. How excited does that make you to just get into the octagon and get going?
Oh man, anytime I get to get in there and get going, I feel great. Doesn't matter what's going on in life. The moment that octagon closes, everything's at peace. Everything's happy. Everything's beautiful. It's the war that I always craved. So definitely happy to be back at home, and definitely happy to check out the new stadium, and even more happy to be back in the fucking cage again. Yeah, I love it. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
What's up?
Jamal, right here. Obviously, getting ready for Jiri Prochazka, a name that I feel like you guys have been circling each other for quite a while, considering you were both champions at one point. So, we've heard fighters in the past say when they don't have fights lined up, they when they're in camp, they kind of envision possible opponents in down the line, and they prep for them mentally. Is Jiri a guy that you had been feels like you've been preparing for so long, ever since he had given up the belt and then you won the belt?
Well, even before that, I wanted to fight him long before that. I asked for this fight. I believe the first time was maybe back in 2021 when he first got here. So I'd already had it in my mind, like, yep, this is a guy I start to kind of be aware of and be on the lookout for, and that's we eventually might meet.
What was it about him that made you want him to fight him so long ago? Was it the name as a former champion of the promotion? Was it his fighting style? What about him specifically did you want to fight back then?
Well, I didn't really know who he was or know anything about his career before he got to the UFC. It was just a style. He came in, he burst on the scene in a very big way with a big knockout over a guy that's been here for a while, who I thought I might be on a collision course too. But then after that, it was like, okay, this guy's got a fun style. He's got an exciting style, and it'd be nice to share the cage with him. I believe we put on a good show.
Have you seen him change at all since that performance? Because even when he fought Rakic after his post-fight press conference, he was saying, my coaches were yelling at me to keep my hands up, and I just wasn't. So, at least he's aware he does need to. He's just not. Have you seen him change at all from that first fight to now, or is he just still the same Jiri Prochazka you saw back then?
The fight kind of ended pretty early. So his style and how he fights is pretty much the same. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess, is kind of like the thing. Obviously, he's had the losses now, but before then he had like 25 plus knockouts at the time, so he's proven that his style is effective, and it can be effective against the best in the world. So
before your last fight, obviously the story was you coming back from your Achilles or your injury, I should say. That's an injury that it takes a while to just get the bounce back in your step, like the explosion. So I guess, do you feel like that step and that bounce is back now, as opposed to, it seems like you kind of had to come back sooner than you wanted to against Alex?
Yeah. I feel I'm in a much better spot as far as that injury goes. It's not something that like I think about like then. Obviously with the Pereira, he's got those little calf kicks, so that's something that it was kind of on the mind. But now it's I feel fully healed, fully ready to go, and fully ready to unleash my entire arsenal with no pauses.
And you've made it known, like you see some of the comments about you on social media, and you respond to some, but your fellow fighters seem to be backing you too. Michael Bisping said like he sees where you were coming from with that Alex situation in the PI. Like, why would you fight then when you can fight for money? Luke Rockhold seemed to say, I think you could actually get this done. And Islam and Umar both said they saw you at the PI quite often, and they were very impressed with what they saw. So they're also kind of picking you to win. So what's it like to see the fans say these one things, but the people that actually are around you and seeing you training, they know what you can do, and they're picking you to pull off this victory?
Yeah, I mean, as far as everything, like for the stuff online, it's just people talking. I understand that, it's hard to watch other people do things that maybe you wish that you could do, or maybe that you would want to do, or maybe you don't have the courage to do. And then so you want to kind of spit out some venom and try to bring them down to a certain level of maybe where you are, or maybe you feel about yourself. So I just don't really focus on that. It's more the fact that the guys that are actually in here that take the same risk as me and do it, and they respect it and they understand what I'm putting into this. That means a lot more than any weirdo sitting in his mom's basement talking with Cheeto dust and shit.
Just last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main and co-main of those in the top of the card?
Yeah, I think those are phenomenal fights. I believe Islam is the pound for pound best fighter in the world right now. So anytime you get to see the best go at it like that, you put your glasses on, you get your pen and your notebook ready, and you take notes. You take notes, and you get to see how it's done. And he's up against a gamed opponent in Arman Tsarukyan. I believe Arman's grappling is very, very high level, and I believe he brings in a very, very high level style. So I'm definitely going to be tapped into that. And then in the co-main event, you got the new champ, Merab, which I love Merab, man. I love Merab. I hate that he has to fight Umar. Umar is also one of those guys that's exciting to fight. His striking style is exciting. It's explosive. He brings a well-rounded grappling game. And Merab's gas tank is just always impressive, bro. It's always impressive, the pace that he keeps and how he just comes and brings it to fight. So I believe they're both amazing fights.
Hit them all right here. I saw last night Adara Bierli, who I think was doing some cooking for you throughout the camp, say that you had cut 50 pounds through this camp. I guess, can you say, when did that start and what was the weight loss journey like through this training camp?
It's been smooth. It's been smooth. I believe after injury, I was about like, I probably was about like 260. A couple times when I went to go try to test it out, to go train. It wasn't really feeling. This was back like August, September. So I took some time and decided to just like kind of let it rest and let it heal up. And it was a good decision because I'm getting good results with that. And just the weight cut hasn't really been tough at all. Just, you know, I've had my girl Adair. She's been doing the meal prep. She's been talking with the great Ian Larios, and they've been coming up with the meal plans and everything like that. So I still eat really good food. It's phenomenal. She's a phenomenal cook, and yeah, it's been pretty easy, bro. It's just been work as usual.
Yeah, that turkey leg looked very good that she made. Is that the heaviest you've been, even with the Achilles, or?
Nah, I got heavy. I was a little bit heavier with the Achilles just because I was completely down and not able to do absolutely anything. I'm like, you can barely, like, whenever you tear your Achilles, bro, it's like, it's a tough one. That was definitely a tough one.
And what do you think a win here does for you, right? Like, do you think this sets you right into another championship fight, or is it going to depend if Ankalaev fights Alex and maybe wins and they do a rematch there, or are you feeling you win here the way you want, your next fight is for a championship?
Yeah, 100%. I feel a win here, especially a dominant, impressive win here. Next fight is title. Next fight is championship. I don't see why it wouldn't be. You know, Ankalaev fought number 4 or something like that last, and then that just says title. So I'm fighting number 2 in the world. I don't see me going backwards from that.
Jamahal, people trying to criticize you for engaging with fans about the Pereira rematch and stuff like that, but realistically, what you're doing is creating a backstory for why people would want to see the rematch. Do you think people underestimate that you involving yourself in that is actually setting you up for a championship fight should you win on Saturday?
Some people are stupid. Like, I mean, you can't fix stupid. I mean, you can't. 1 + 1 still equals 2 to me, but to some people, common sense ain't common. So it's 100%. That's what I feel. That's what I feel it is. That's what I feel it's done. I believe we come with both exciting styles to put on a performance and leave a lasting memory whenever we step in the cage. You know, people liked it and loved the moment so much the last time. So why wouldn't you know what I mean? Want it again. Plus, yeah, I'm not making any excuses because I signed the contract. I came in, I felt ready to go, and I felt like I was good. But still, it's 9 months off of an Achilles injury. You know, I like to see what I do now with where I'm at now.
We talked about Jiri and like potentially, you know, him maybe changing styles because he's had a couple of losses. But for you as a fighter, do you think, obviously he had success before that, but even just at his later stage of his career, it's almost a mistake to change styles because then he might be caught between the two and maybe try and revert to type in the thing. Do you think that once you settle into a certain style, at a certain point in your career, it's almost a mistake to try and change it?
No, I believe you can always grow. You can always evolve as a fighter. You can always be better. So, yeah, that's a good thing to see from any fighter if they're willing to go to the drawing board, be critical of themselves, and make those adjustments. I do it all the time. No, anybody can say whatever. There's nobody more critical of myself than me. You know, I'm always critiquing my style. I'm always critiquing things. Even when sometimes my coach would be like, "Man, you look really good." I'd be like, "Nah, bro, we got it." I feel like it still needs to be another level. It needs to be better.
And last one for me, I feel like with the fight with someone like Jiri, you know it's going to just be a bit of carnage in there. Are these the sort of ones that you think you can go in there and be like, whatever happens, this is going to be fun. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 50 minutes, me and him are going to go in there and we're going to have a scrap and this is going to be a good time?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like every fight, any fight I go in, I'm very, very blessed to be in the position that I'm in. I'm very, very blessed for my journey. And that's just what I focus on. The ups, the downs, the good, the bad. You got to take it all. You got to take it all as your journey, because your journey is unique to you. And that's what makes it special, you know. And you can't say you're blessed and I'm lucky to be here or these things like that when when you stay down on the bad. You can't just be high on the high parts. You got to keep your head held high on the down times too.
Hey, Jamal over here. On your left.
Oh, shit.
I know, right?
I look like he said something.
I saw you were very excited to be sharing a card with Merab. Can you just talk about how that friendship started and the camaraderie that you two have?
Yeah, I'm excited to be on the same card as Merab. That whole team, Merab, Aljo, Matt, Sarah, Ray Long, all those guys have always been awesome. Anytime I've ever been around or anytime we've ever interacted. When I tore my Achilles, I relocated out to Las Vegas to lean on the PI and the staff there to help me get back to form. And Merab was just he lives out there as well, and every time I see him, he's just always awesome, the most respectful guy. He invited me over to his house. He was doing a barbecue with him, some of his other guys from Georgia, and that I got to see like the Georgian culture and how they treat each other, how they speak, and just like the love and things like that. And it was just from that moment, it was like, yeah, bro, this guy, I can never go against this guy.
That's really cool. Final question. What was cooler, meeting the Clippers at the Intuit Dome or meeting Lenny Kravitz at the PI?
Oh, that's tough. The Intuit Dome was dope, but Lenny Kravitz is a legend. American woman. Yeah.
You want to do this, Arman?
Sure. Hey, Jamal. Let's start off with this one because I'm an LA guy, so I got a soft spot for Jared Goff. How far is he taking the Lions this year?
We're going to the Super Bowl. 100%. I'm kind of upset that they made at a Saturday game. So so during the fights is gonna be the game, but I'm gonna be tapped in. I'm gonna be watching 100%. They always got my support. I watched every single game of the 0-16 season, so I don't see myself missing the game now. But yeah, 100%, bro. Love everything that Jared Goff has been doing since we got him, and I'm glad that he shut a lot of haters up because they thought they were sending him to Detroit to die, and now he's thriving.
And then I kind of want to go back to you made a comment about the weirdos eating Cheetos in their mom's basement collecting dust. Is there ever any weird interactions in person, like when you're out and like fighters, they go and they take pictures with fans and they interact with them? Is there ever a part of you that's like thinks in the back of your mind, like, man, is this guy that's asking me for a photo right now, is he one of these guys that talks trash, or are you all pretty cool with them?
It could creep in. It could creep in there sometimes, but for the most part, no. People are respectful to my face. Like, I've never had a fan come up to me and come with any of the type of energy that you see online, but that's why they do it online. Because they, like I said before, they just want to try to bring you down, so in the moment. But everybody knows, like man to man, like it's a reason why, like we're respectful to each other whenever we tell them we're cordial, because there's always that underlining of violence that could happen. And even though it's a violent sport that we do, and they love to talk about it, they're not about it, So, and another thing that's like kind of crazy to me as far as that goes. So sometimes, I'd be laying in my bed chilling, and then, I decide to troll back a little bit. I'll throw my little pokes out there, my little jabs out there. And every time I do it, I find it interesting that the headlines, oh, Jamal loses it, he's spazzing out, oh, he's crazy. And it's like always like something's wrong with me. So I rarely say anything back, right? You guys do this all the time. So whenever I say something, if I troll, I got a mental issue, but you sit and do this all the time. What does that say about you?
Jamal, back here. Good to talk to you again, representing Michigan. Detroit Lions, I've been telling people for 30 years we're coming, and we're finally coming. So it's gonna happen. Can't wait to see that. So you mentioned your girlfriend Adair. I interviewed her, and she knows her MMA. Chopped it up with her, I think, in Spaces. What is it like having a girlfriend that really knows this sport? And does she give you some insight? Does she give you her opinions ever on strategy or training or anything like that?
No, it's good. We more so talk about like dialogue about MMA and the things that we see as far as like advice and things like that. Again, she tells me what she tells me. Like I said, it's just like a dialogue. She tells me what she sees. She doesn't really like try to try to tell me what to do as far as that. She trusts that I'm good, that I'm going to do. She's really supportive. She's always there to just like kind of, what do you need? What do you need? She's asking me what I need and things like that. And then if she knows, she'll use her knowledge to kind of just preemptively handle things for me and things like that. So it's been great. It's been amazing, and I'm lucky.
Very cool. Yeah, in fact, I've been trying to find a beautiful girl that loves MMA. I'm having no luck fighter like you, but I'm going to keep trying. So let me ask you, the fight with Pereira, that had that weird circumstance where it looks like the referee was going to say, let's stop the action for a minute. And then Poatan waved him off, stepped up and cracked you. So there is kind of a little bit of an asterisk in my mind on that. Is that something you think about anymore, or you just put that out of your head at this point?
I mean, it is what it is. I focus on the things I control. I can't change the past or anything like that. You know, I just kind of spoke on it just because for me it was strange in my mind in that moment. It was still kind of a pause. I know a lot of what was made of it was the fact that I threw, and I did throw, but it was more so a reflex. It wasn't something like, if you notice the way that I fight, I'm calculated. I set things up, and I have a game plan for the things that. When in that moment there was no game, and it was just all raw natural instinct and raw, like, you know what I mean, just raw reflexes from the fact of like. I just never seen nothing like that before. Yeah. Like, especially there's not something that typically happens. Like, you hear a ref yell stop. People will say like, oh, he stopped. The step in, but he yelled stop from the beginning. I'm standing. My legs were completely locked. I'm standing straight up. First thing I did was ask him, yo, you good? You okay? And I went out to touch gloves. The touch gloves wasn't for a restart. That was touch gloves to let him know if I did, which I didn't think that I did in the moment, hit you low. My bad. That's not how I want this fight to go. And then it's just like he was still locked in and ready to come in and take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you just think you can't wave off the referee like that, but I guess in that case he did. You're a man that always has a good strategy. One of the things I know about you from talking to you several times is that you're a real guy. You fought in the streets, but you also are a very cerebral fighter, a lifelong martial artist. Do you have an interesting strategy for this one? I remember we used to talk about the fact that this is what I thought you might do, and a couple times I hit it, you know, and maybe this guy can come in wild and you kind of come in as a sharpshooter and just knock him off. I don't know how much you want to talk about it, but any thoughts about how you might handle this matchup?
Yeah, I definitely see openings and opportunities where I can assert myself and dominate the fight. And ultimately, we can talk about what we see, this and that, but you got to go in there and do it. You got to go in there and put it on film. So that's just more so what I'm locked into, just staying free, flowing, and ready to take care of anything. You know.
Final quick one for me. Who helped you for this camp? If you could throw out some names.
I got my guy. I brought my guys out from Omaha. I got Carlos Trinidad. He'll be fighting actually for the BKF championship soon. Nice. I believe it's in April. He's out in Dubai. He's been instrumental for me for this camp. Just he's got really slick hands. He's got an unorthodox way of striking and getting to his punches that he's really good at, and he can crack. I got my guy Blaine Richards, Kiefer Blaine Richards, if you will. He's been money for me. He's really good at mixing it up. He's got a strong wrestling base and background, as well as being able to get it off with them hands too. Pause, if that's crazy at all. And I've been out at Skywalker 101 with Danny. You know, I got my guys, and then I got my coach. Justin Andrews, Chad Pomeroy, have been with me since day one, you know, molded me into not only the fighter, but the man that I am today. Got some work in with Beneil Bilal Muhammad, you know, the welterweight champ. Both of us Chicago born, and he's always willing to look out and lend a helping hand whenever I need it. It's a lot of guys, you know, a lot of guys. I got my guy Allen back in Vegas, who I've grown close to and gotten a lot of work in with over the last year. Just it's been a team effort. It's been a team effort. Everybody rounding things about and getting in shape, getting ready to bend that corner. Whoa,
Yep.
if you will.
Absolutely. Good luck. Go get that W.
If there was to, it looks like they may make the fight with Pereira and Ankalaev. So who do you got in that fight?
If that fight does, if that is the fight that they're gonna do, it's an interesting one. It's a really big toss up. Pereira's always evolving. He's always in the gym, so he's gotten better in a short amount of time. Because I believe that can be attributed to the fact that he kind of came into this game a little late, so he's still a little wide eyed and still a little, you know what I mean, still got that new sense of things, like excitement for learning new things and adding new things. Or what can I add to my game to be effective here, and kind of things like that, as opposed to somebody that's been around for quite a while and kind of figured into their game. But Ankalaev is game. I don't like the motherfucker, but he's game. You know what I mean? He's got good striking. He's willing to mix in the wrestling and willing to put him in that whole little wheel of work, to where he's just kind of just work between the strikes and the up and the down and things like that. So I believe it's a really, really good matchup. I believe it's really a toss up. If I had to put my money, or if I was putting money out there, I'd probably keep it in my pocket, to be honest with you, because it's that much of a toss up. But Ankalaev's got some good tools that I believe that he can catch people saying, "Oh, if he stands up with me," like with the way that he strikes, you know, he don't really take a lot of chances, you know. So I believe there's a way that he can have success there. And then if Alex does try to press him, he can still wrestle him. So that's just kind of like the mix up in there is going to be kind of like that versus how Alex is going to mix up his approach to striking and all those things with him. Thank you.
Hello, guys. My brother.
Oh, Merab, right here. Obviously, we just saw you fight in September, and I know you wanted a little more time before your next fight. So I guess physically, how are you feeling fighting in January? Because it is kind of a relatively quick turnaround for someone that just won the championship.
Yes, you're right. Originally, I wanted to come back in March, after 6 months, especially having my title fight first time, and I wanted to enjoy it. And I was in Vegas because Aljo was fighting Mo Sarevloev and training, and I was also dealing with some injury. But once I hear UFC need me, I step up, and then I said yes. And I go to office and I said, okay, I will step up. I'm a company man, and let's do it.
When you say you were dealing with an injury, is it anything major that affected you in this camp?
No, not fight. It was affecting my training. I will post it after the fight. But yeah, training was difficult because of this injury, but I'm good. I'm ready now. I'm good. It's all good. You know.
And how has life been for you outside of fighting since your last win? Because obviously you live in America, but you also have a whole country back home that looks up to you. So just how's life been?
Yeah, life was same thing. Nothing changed in my life because you guys know last couple times I'm in big fights, and people recognize me, especially real ones, and I used to so much love and support wherever I go. I always have it with people good time and good energy, and life don't change nothing. I still have the same people around me, same friends, same family members, even more good people, more connections. It's only getting better. But of course, since I came champion, it was huge for my country, huge for me. As you saw my 1 minute when then I wrapped the belt on me, and that was crazy. I wasn't even believe. And when I go my country, I was shocked again how people were so happy to see me as a champion. Like I said, it's a big deal for small country Georgia we have 2 champions in UFC, and they always support me. Doesn't matter what, but to become UFC champion, of course, it's huge, and my country motivated me and gave me so much love and support, and that was very, very, very good. And when I came back, and all the real ones, and I'm more happy that when former UFC champions, former UFC fighters, or the UFC fighters, professional fighters, all the real the media people or the real ones, they recognize me and they give me respect, and they talk to me behind the cameras and they give me respect. This is what is important for me. It was big thing for me. That's all. But nothing changing to me. I'm same guy, same motivated, same hungry, and you guys will see on January 18th.
A lot's been made of the drama between you and Umar leading up to this fight. I think his exact phrase was, you need a reason to hate him, and you're kind of building this thing in your mind and challenge you to bring evidence about the disrespect that you say he's given you. So I'm just asked, do you actually hate Umar, or is that just him trying to build the fight too?
That's another thing. It's not true. I don't need to hate nobody. You guys know. I was kissing Sean O'Malley, I had so much fun inside the octagon, I was smiling there. I don't need to hate nobody. I don't hate nobody, but it was things that Umar disrespect me. He called me fake champion, which is I'm not a fake champion. He bring it up something disrespectful expression, which is not. And he said it's a Georgian expression. It's not Georgian expression. He mentioned my country, and then he still continued disrespect me, and this is not right. And especially from him because I know him. Every time I see him, I give him my respect. I was cool with him, and I know him as a person. And then this is not like social media. This is not like a video game, something you guys talking trash. We are real people, and to get disrespect from Umar, I was mad. And when I met him in person, I asked him, "Why you disrespect me in Twitter?" And he said, "Yeah, because I wanted. What are you gonna do about it?" And then you guys see, 30 minutes later, he said, "I never disrespect you. I never disrespect your country. That's why I was so mad and I wanted to kill this guy, because I'm a real guy. I'm not gonna ignore this, because I don't ignore this." And that was it. But now it's all good. We have a fight week. I'm positive because I'm one, because I'm not gonna, of course, like I just saw him and I just ignore him, and like I don't now. We have this fight on contract, and it's gonna be good fight, and I'm sure you guys would love this fight, and you guys will have a good show.
A lot of people say this could be the best bantamweight fight ever in terms of skill set in there. And given the hype surrounding this, do you feel like this could be the biggest bantamweight title fight of all time, just given the drama, plus it matches your guys' skill set in the octagon?
I won't say like this. My next opponent always big challenge for me, because every time you fight new opponents, there is new challenge, and after this, I'm sure will be somebody new, even if it will be something rematch. Look at how good Peter Yan looked against Figueiredo, and next fight always will be the biggest and biggest. I don't think I beat so many good guys, but nobody remembers anymore. MMA fans. They say MMA fans has short memories, and I think they do.
Just last one for me. Your coach John Woods said if you beat Umar, you could be the greatest bantamweight ever. I'm curious what you make of those comments from your coach.
No, I don't think that soon. But I mean, that's up to you guys. Whatever you will decide. But I mean, we had so many good champions here, like Dominic Cruz, Aljamain Sterling, and I will get there. But I'm not focused on this. I'm always focused for my next opponent, and that's what I'm focused on now. Umar Nurmagomedov is in front of me, and I have so many reasons to beat him. Because first of all, like I said, like I said before, he get here like a little bit. He takes shortcuts because he was fighting debut guys, and from debut guy number 2. That's, I think, when I say gift, that's why I think he get gift, because like you have to fight the ranked opponents to get number 2, and that was the thing. He beat number 2, yes, and there is so many good guys outside of rankings, like Raul Rosas, even in ranking. Bautista, he has 7 fight win streak. He has more than Umar, but because he don't have a cousin like Khabib Nurmagomedov, he's not in the conversation. So that was all my my thing. I was talking about this. I'm still talking about this because just I like to talk truth. Even I'm fighting after tomorrow, that guy. This fight is done. I just like to talk truth.
Merab, Umar is pretty young, one of the younger fighters in the top of this division. Do you feel like this is going to be the only time you will fight him, or do you plan on beating him so definitively that no one's ever going to want to see a rematch?
No. I mean, he's young, and that means he will even grow up. And I mean, who knows? Yeah, if he continue winning and I continue winning, we may meet again. And yeah, like no, like I also some people say, oh, beat him now before he's young and before he's new. It doesn't make sense, like yeah. So it's we may meet again, but listen, I'm gonna focus for this fight now, and we'll see next time.
Merab, back here.
Yes.
So people doubted you early on in your career against Piotr Jan, Sean O'Malley, Henry Cejudo. Merab can't do what he does, and then you go and do what you do. Dominant, controlling wrestling whenever you want, getting the takedown. Now they're saying, okay, now this guy, he can't do the same thing. Merab is not going to be able to do, but you always end up doing it. Can you tell me how you feel Umar's wrestling compares with Henry Cejudo?
I mean, Henry Cejudo, Olympic champion, but Umar Nurmagomedov, he's a completely MMA fighter, and there is two different challenges, of course, and especially I never fought Umar Nurmagomedov, and I have to figure it out first. Then I will tell you after.
That makes sense.
Different, yeah, but. Like I said, every new opponent is new challenge, and every training camp is different because for Umar, I wanted to more long training camp to prepare good, because he's like well-rounded fighter, like striking or wrestling, but. Once I signed the contract, I'm in, and I'm so comfortable now, and I'm excited to we have this fight in a couple of days.
Absolutely. Are you happy with the fact that you're such a popular fighter? I think you may be the first in that area outside of Russia and Georgia. English is not your first language, but yet you have so many American fans cheering for you. One of my favorite things was when the Aljo and Sean O'Malley face off. Sean took off his jacket to be tough, and you put on Sean O'Malley's jacket. That's still one of the epic moments in my mind. But I think you have this image of not only a nice guy, but a fun guy and a funny guy, showing that a very tough guy can also be fun and funny. This is you, I think, naturally, but did you kind of work to put this image out there, or is it just you being Merab?
Thank you so much for this question. Yeah, this is just me. Like my friends knows that this is me. Listen, I'm a hard worker, but at the same time, I like to have a fun, and I like to have a good times with my friends, and I'm not. I'm fine with make fun of myself, or have a good time, and the popularity I think came with like some funny videos, like some even when I break the leg with my head and stuff like this. Yeah, but also when I fight, I beat all this contender helps too. It's there is so many good what they call. There is so many popular guys in TikTok, but they cannot fight like I fight. Yeah.
Absolutely. Last question for me. What's your prediction for the main event? How do you think Tsarukyan Makhachev #2 is going to go?
I mean, Islam is great champion, and all respect for him. But I'm friends with Arman Tsarukyan, especially he born in Georgia. He's my neighbor Armenian, and now we are a team. We both fighting against Dagestanis, and let's go, Arman. You can do this. You can shock the world.
Oh, the Georgia connection for the 2 wins.
Yes, sir.
Good luck. Thank
you.
Merab,
I got a quick question. Maybe you will not like it, but I wanted to ask about your friend. You had a friend, the kid, you helped him out a lot. I believe his name is Mahdi. And during your preparation for this fight, I believe there was some leakings that he's trying or helping out Umar with his camp. What do you think about that whole situation? Do you think he leaked something important about you, injuries, some secrets? Just wanted to ask what you think about this whole situation.
No, this is very little things. I'm not focused about this because I'm focused on myself, my training camp, and there is so many things always going in training camp or in a life, and this thing's not gonna affect my fight. I'm focusing my fight, and Magdi, I love him, and he's young and good man, and yeah, he's with Dagestanis now, but he's from Dagestan. That's the thing. I came friends with him before, and he was living in my house, and we was training together. But now, I understand him. He go with Khabib and Makhachev because he loved them, and he loves those guys, and. I mean, this is not right move, but I think he was in the spy. He cannot do any other way. I think Khabib asked him to go and be with them, and I understand this, and I don't think Magdi is a bad guy, and I love him, and I mean, this is no problem. This is I'm not focusing on this. It's all good.
Thank you, bro.
Merab, to your left over here. You want to go back to talking about Tsarukyan just a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit more about your guys' relationship and if you guys had any conversation leading up to this week?
Nothing like this specifically, but I know him since he came in US after Islam fight, and of course we are always cool for each other, and I mean, Armenia and Georgia, we're friends, especially he born in Georgia, and in Georgia we have so many Armenians lives, and we all live good, and we are friends, and we was hanging out in Abu Dhabi now, like after my fight, and we became even more friends, and we was cooking together with Volkanovski, and now, yeah, we are fighting teammates, and then yeah, we are one team now.
And one more question for you, a bit of a fun question. On social media, you posted a clip from an old movie with the Armenian actor Frunzik and another Georgian actor. Tell me about that movie, why you posted it, and the meaning behind that.
Yeah, yeah. So I posted because they are dancing to one Georgian, one Armenian together. They're happy, and I said that this will be me and Arman Tsarukyan after we will beat them. So, and then yeah, just I tell you, I like positive. It was hard to find the positives in this training camp. It was a lot of bullshit, a lot of drama. But yeah, I try. I try always to have a good time.
I'll leave you with one last positive question. I mean, obviously, the main event, co-main event, all you guys are from basically the same region. What does it mean to you, not just to represent Georgia, but the whole region and put that region on the map?
Yeah, you guys see how talented we are. This part where we live, because we always have a top competitions like wrestling and other sports, and in judo, and this is now this is a perfect example to hard work where can put us, like we are fighting main event and co-main event here in California, and then whole world is waiting for us. This is huge, and this is big for small countries like we are from, like Georgia, Armenia, and Dagestan.
Merab right here. Merab, Jamahal Hill was here, and he was talking about how much he appreciated how you and Aljo and the team welcomed him when he moved to Vegas, and he was excited to be on the card with you. Can you just talk about your friendship with Jamahal Hill?
Hey, Jamahal Hill is a great dude. He also very funny, very positive, and he likes also make joke and make funny videos, and also he fights hard and he fights good. And I don't understand why people criticize him in social media, but he did talk with the fans, and I don't think that's a good idea. But he's cool, I love him, and of course I will always support him, and he's a good guy, and we are just friends and respect each other. That's it.
How do you like the shorts that they made you now as champion?
Yeah, this is the best. And then I'm really grateful for these shorts, UFC and Venom. I, when I take this fight, it was only 6 weeks left, and then they don't have much time. They said, just we have one day to make this, and come to the office. And I go in office, and I tell them I need this too in my shorts. I need this, and then they did what how I want, and they even make beautiful design. And I'm so excited. Everybody loved in my country this short. Now I go social media, I see all over, and then even UFC fans, I think, love it. So, and then of course that was my dream, and I'm grateful for this.
Final question. Obviously, you're a great fighter all around, but your grappling is very good. Umar and his whole team and family are also very well known for their grappling. Is it tempting to want to prove something on the ground specifically when you fight Umar?
No, I'm not here for grappling. I'm here for fight, and I wanted to win against Umar Nurmagomedov. He's undefeated, and break his record, and just make him humble. That's it.
Yes. Merab, hello. The great Russian poet Mikhail Lermontov loved Georgia very much. There's street named after him in Tbilisi. Do you like Lermontov? You know who's it?
Yeah, I do know.
Yes. Maybe you know any poem by Lermontov?
Uh, when I was in school and young, yeah, I was good student. But now my all focus is for MMA, and I forget a lot of things, and I forget uh, everything I learned in school, and I don't think anymore of this. I'm thinking Umar Nurmagomedov right now.
Okay, Merab, you worked on construction site for up 30 years. What do you think would be if, like Umar, you only focused on sport, grounding up, and never did any other work?
So I was working construction, and that's why I have different power and different mindset. I was working 8 hours straight, go, 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 go. Now this 25 minutes is nothing from me, and Umar will feel that. So this is extra workout for me what I was doing in construction. I think, and that's helping my fighting style, and I'm grateful what I done in my life, and you guys all see.
Okay, the last question. Do you respect Lermontov?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gamarjuma Merab.
Gamarjuma.
How are you? First of all, your red suit, it's the same that it was at Noche, so it's the lucky one.
Say one more time.
Jacket. Your red jacket is the same as it was in Noche, or is different?
Different, but I don't believe lucky. I believe hard work. This is different jacket. Yeah, but thank you.
And the question: you and Umar said to each other lots of things recently. Can you imagine that you two will shake hands one day, and what should happen for that?
Of course, I want to shake hands, and I want to give him respect, and I want to be good with him again. We have to settle this one down. We have to find. That's why we are men, and that's okay. Sometimes we will fight, but I'm just upset that he disrespect me. He should not disrespect me. And then, yeah, of course. I don't want to be to have an enemy, or I want to. I don't. I want to. So I want to answer this. Like when he disrespect me, I wanted to fight him. That's normal, no problem. He knows this. Thank you. Thank you.
Howdy.
Beneil, over here. Obviously, it's been a while since we last saw you compete in the octagon. So I guess just how's life been since then? Because, you know, we've heard you wanted to fight maybe a little earlier, but I guess now you have Renato. So just how's life been since then?
Life's been great. I got some time off, rest, recover, had another baby. Let's see, opened up a new gym, bigger gym. So just been busy and then focusing on sharpening my tools. Like you said, I was hoping to fight earlier, had an issue with my meniscus, got over that, and now we're here.
Was it a slipped meniscus or torn one?
It's torn. So I don't know exactly. They were like, you got to take it out or replace it or sew it back. And I was like, if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. But, you know, give me a couple of weeks to try physical therapy, 4 weeks into physical therapy before I was even, before I can even get in for my next, it started feeling better. So we kept going through with the physical therapy, and then their theory is that I tore it perfectly where it doesn't lock up anymore. And I'm just like, all right, that makes sense. Whatever.
I'm curious if you've noticed, since your last fight, there's been a lot of change in the top of the lightweight division. And it seems like anytime someone wins that's on like a bit of a winning streak, it's always like, well, maybe they can fight Beneil next. It just seems to be how it always was for the last 12 months.
Well, you have to understand, every single time I call my manager, I ask for, whoever I think is, one of the best guys in the world, or whoever I believe can be a champion. And this time I didn't have that opportunity yet because I'm coming from losses, but the UFC basically kept that same energy, which is great for me. They see Renato on a run and they're like, well, Dariush likes to fight everybody on a run, so let's put them together. And I was stoked.
What do you make of Renato as an opponent? Because, he was in here and I think his exact phrase was, I really like Beneil, but I'm going to beat the shit out of him on Saturday.
Yeah. Similar feeling. I would definitely say similar feeling. I would say he's obviously a veteran. He has a lot of fights, a lot of experience, all the tools. But I think what makes him special is his game planning. They are, him and his team are able to put together a really good game plan. And for example, his last fight, you could say Benoit maybe is more athletic, more dangerous, and all that stuff. But within 30 seconds of the fight, the timing of that takedown, the way he got that takedown, it completely changed the fight. And I think that's more of a strategy. You have to have the skills, don't get me wrong, but the strategy to be able to pull that off, I think that was the change in direction of the fight.
You called him a veteran, but I think in one of the videos you said you like to fight rising stars when you were talking about Moicano. So when you say rising star, do you mean just like popularity-wise? Because I feel like Moicano's never been as popular as he is now.
You could be a veteran and continue to rise in the ranks. I think the idea is if you're a veteran, you're done, right? So I think he's a veteran, but at the same time, he's on the rise, both as in his career professionally and also as a star. I think he's understood in order to captivate people what he needs to say, and he says it well. He's got a lot of charisma, and he doesn't say like anything crazy to me, but it's the way he says it. He actually makes perfect sense in a lot of the things he says.
I think I read an interview that you're saying like you're going to use this fight as a gauge of whether you're going to retire or when the timeline for retirement is. But I feel like every scrum you do, that's brought up, like the last several fights. So why do you think people are just constantly asking about like when you're going to retire when you have a fight in a few days?
Gray hairs. I look older than the average person in general, my age. But I mean, I don't know. I feel great right now. I'm just looking forward to the fight. And as far as retiring goes, one day you just know you don't have it. And if that's the case, then we're done.
You still going to bring the kids to the fights?
So they were here yesterday. They'll visit me. I don't know, because it gets so loud at the fights. I don't think it's the best. But my wife's like, maybe I'll take it. I was like, so I prefer the kids don't come to the fights. I prefer they stay in the hotel or something like that. But I'm not really in control because I'm fighting, So it's up to the wife. I think it's better for the kids to stay home or in the hotel. They can play. Fight's over. I come back. We go eat, do our thing.
I think I remember you even brought one of them all the way over to Abu Dhabi at one point.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have a choice for that one because I got to go to Abu Dhabi early to get adjusted to the time. And so, leave my wife for 2 weeks with a baby. She's, she would, when I came back, I would have another fight on my hands. So I just figured it would be the safer choice for my health to bring her along with me. And it worked out great. We got to get lots of sunlight in the morning, go get coffee every morning, and then eat whatever. And then I would train at night. And that was kind of the routine until the day of the fight.
This last one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main and co-main at the top of the card?
Main event, I am leaning towards Makhachev. But you have to understand, Arman has a very good chance, I think, earlier on. I think as the fight goes later into the rounds, I think Makhachev is more likely to take over because, one, he has more experience with fights going into the fifth round. And also, just looking at their careers, Arman has always been a fast starter, right? And then as far as Merab and Umar goes, I'm leaning towards Merab, and I don't know. Maybe it's just because I like Georgian food and I like Merab a lot, but I'm leaning towards him. And I believe his experience can be the difference. And he's a game day fighter. People will always talk about training, but he is a game day fighter like nobody else.
Beneil, do you find it funny that people ask you about retirement and call Moicano like this up and comer when you're both the exact same age?
I think I'm a little bit younger than him. So I think I'm a couple of months younger than him. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think it's pretty funny. So if that's the case, one old guy's going to get beat up, basically.
If you're younger than him, why aren't you out here calling him an old piece of shit?
I should. That old piece of poop is going to get it.
Beneil, right back here. Good to talk to you again. I think it's been almost 7 years since we first talked. And,
wow.
Love to see you keeping on killing it. May I ask, before you had a family and now, and I guess you have 3 kids now, is that right?
That's right.
Is there any difference in mindset when you go to do your training and you think about fighting and what's on the line and your mission ahead of you?
As far as motivation, I don't think anything's changed. I think God has given me this motivation that just seems endless and almost to a certain extent where it turns into a bad thing. But as far as, it doesn't change my desires. I want to be a champion. I want to provide for my family. That's never changed. I think what's changed is I have to be less self-centered, less selfish. So I have to find a way to do everything I need to do for my training, but at the same time, still be a man that is capable of coming home, being good to my kids, being good to my wife, and being good to my family. And that requires sacrifice. That requires sacrifice in terms of your scheduling. That requires sacrifice in terms of your hobbies. That requires sacrifice in terms of your interactions in general. So I think those are the things that have changed. I've had to mature, give up some things, pick up some new things, and that's been the difference.
Absolutely. How do you feel Moicano compares with some of your past opponents? And is there anyone that you feel he's similar to? And the second part of that is, do you feel that your style is at all similar to his, and his to you?
I mean, stylistically, I would say we're both very, both well-rounded. As far as styles go, there's glimpses of him having similar styles to some of the people I've fought. For example, Diego Ferreira, he had excellent jiu-jitsu, and obviously Moicano has great jiu-jitsu. When it comes to striking, I fought lots of strikers, and he has quite a versatile set of skills when it comes to striking. You see him throw knees, kicks. He's got good boxing, so there's glimpses there, but he's unique, and I think what makes him unique is his ability to game plan.
Absolutely. Who's been helping you over at Kings for this camp?
So for training partners is pretty much the same. I got Giga, I got Urush. These are some guys you guys know. I have some people you don't know. I got my younger up and comers. I got some Georgian teammates, Armenians. I got a bunch of Eastern European guys from some Bulgaria. Like they're just coming in. I don't know where these guys are coming from, but I love it. I have some excellent training partners. So all the originals, and then I'm adding some new flavor to it. So I'm really happy with all my training partners and all the people that I have. And then as far as coaching goes, I've had Nolan Tickman, who is my head coach at Kings MMA in Anaheim, and then I have Rodel Mayol, who is my boxing coach. And then this is the first, but Rafael Cordero, he's kind of he's had such a hard year, being with Tyson this whole time. I know it looks so glamorous, but he's had such a hard year. So he's been he's on a break, I guess you could call it.
Gotcha. Last quick one for me. A lot of people don't know that you're a very benevolent guy, giving to a charity that I think you created years ago. I remember you made a statement a few years back that your 20-year-old car ran fine and you could give your money to charity to people who need it, I think, over in Haiti. Is that still an operation, I hope, and what's going on with that?
So, they call it civil unrest, but it's more like a civil war right now in Haiti. And what's going on in Haiti is basically there is you could call it a gang or whatever. They've risen up to the point where they're in charge of a lot of the country. And so they fight with the government. There's military involved, and it's basically a civil war. And so we've had to change our approach in how we go into Haiti and what we do in Haiti. We had a children's home and we provided for them. We gave them a roof. We had car and things like that. But when you have all this stuff, you become a target. You see somebody who's got a car, who, the kids have backpacks, nice clothes and stuff like that. It's an easy target. So we've had to change it up. We've had to move these kids into individual homes, provide for the entire family that's taking care of the kids. And that's been the approach. It's, safety has to be our number one concern. And so, the leaders of the group were getting, mugged. Is a nice way of saying it, but they were at gunpoint basically a couple of times, and that's we had to change strategies. But yes, still we have programs. We have feeding programs in Haiti. We have a bunch of stuff going on in Haiti, and we actually want to do more. It's just easier said than done. In order to do more, for example, we want Haiti to be able to provide for itself. We don't want to have to always, give handouts to Haiti. We want Haiti to work hard. We want Haiti to, build its own nation and fend for itself and take care of itself. That's the goal. And we're trying to build some programs that will help do that. But easier said than done.
Yeah. No, you're, well, best of luck Saturday. God bless.
Appreciate it.
Beneil, to your left over here. Over here, Beneil. You mentioned a little bit earlier, like quite the diverse sparring partners that you have. This card is also quite uniquely diverse. What does it mean to you as an Assyrian to also be on a card with Armenian and a Georgian, especially considering, what our people have gone through?
It's awesome. We've I get to share the card with so many other athletes, so different cultures. I was just telling somebody asked me a question about what I want to eat after this fight, and my mom's food is always number one. The dishes she makes, you can't beat that. But another one is Georgian food. Man, I don't know if you guys ever had this thing called khinkali. It's a dumpling, and it's a big dumpling. It's not like a small dumpling, full of meat, and it's super juicy. And you pick it up, you gotta make sure you don't lose the juice as you eat it. It's incredible. So that's like one of the things that I've been thinking about way too much at the moment. Anyways, those are the things that come up when I see Arman. Obviously I want to avenge my loss. I want to get that fight back, but I also think about food again. There's a bakery, what is it called? Paradise Bakery in Glendale that my mom loves. She loves the bread, so she's like, "Can you get me some bread?" And every time I go there, there's so much food, so I always end up, having a little bit of extra food and getting stuff. But so that's what, when I see these fighters and all these other things, I think of. I mentioned Bulgaria, and now I'm thinking of the the Bulgarian yogurt. That's that. So when I look at different countries and I think about food, so that's how my brain works.
What about khingali or khachapuri? Rather?
Khachapuri, the egg with the bread. Yeah. So khachapuri is this big bread, and then they put eggs in it, butter, and man, it's cheese, lots of cheese. Yeah, we could talk about it. I think it's easier if you guys go out there and just try it. That's the best way to do it. You got to learn how to spell it though. That's the hard part.
Beneil over here.
Yeah.
Beneil, Southern California guy, and this is your first fight in SoCal, I believe, since 2016. Just how big is the entourage going to be on Saturday for you?
People are texting me and telling me they're coming to the fight and they're stoked, and I'm stoked too. I don't have an exact number for you, but I'm expecting more people than usual. Let's just put it that way.
You're obviously one of the most polite guys on the roster. What is your strategy for letting people down easy that you don't have a ton of free tickets to give them?
Just been like, hey, sorry, I don't got it. The link I had was, it's already expired, whatever. I tried my best. That's all I get, So I don't really have a strategy. Just tell them the truth.
Back to the Moicano and the age thing. It's actually, you're only 15 days.
Oh, okay.
Older than Renato.
Okay, so he's an April guy. Yeah. Okay. Or no, wait. He's June. He's May. He's also May. Oh, okay. Dang, I'm gonna beat that old piece of poop up.
Final one, just as a quick note. You talked about it. It's like people just see, because you have a little bit more gray, people just want to put the retirement thing on you. It has to have crossed your mind. You know what if just like one fight week, a little bit of dye in there? See if it would change the conversation.
You sound like my wife. That's what she tells me all the time. Why don't you just dye your hair? Like, we have this event coming up. Think about how you'll look, and think about how people will see. And what about your mom? She'll be so excited to see you, looking younger. Blah 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 blah. Man, I don't. The issue is, well, I don't think I look terrible with gray hair, and the other issue is just, bro, this is how God made me. I was built to take more stress in. It just results in gray hair. So I don't want to change the way God has made me. So I like my hair the way it is. And if it falls out, that's when the real issues start. If it starts falling out, let's see if my wife will still love me. That's the real indicator. It's not the gray hairs or having darker hair. So we'll see.
Hypothetically, let's say you dyed it, you go out there, you finish him, and people say, man, Beneil's making the comeback. He's now on the rise.
So I think if I just get the finish, which I plan to, I think that's enough. But if it requires me dyeing my hair, I will consider it.
Over here, you talked about the strength of his game planning. Does that make it kind of hard for you to strategize against him on what he's doing? Because it'll be a little bit different.
So when someone is good at strategizing, like I mentioned, the best thing you could do is be more well-rounded, because that allows me to move from one game plan to another. I don't have to have a super strict game plan on how I approach this. If something changes on the fly, because I have the skill set and the weapons, I can do that. So that's kind of the approach for Moicano is keep all my skill sets sharp. I have a game plan, and if it changes, then I will move on to the next one. And that's the approach. I have to be able to adapt within the minute, within the rounds, within the exchanges.
So mentally, will you, instead of staying on like a strict schedule of what you're trying to do, you're really just trying to adapt throughout the entire thing, basically?
Yes, that's a good way to put it. We're good. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Umar, this is a moment that many UFC fighters dream of, fighting for a world title. It feels like this is something people thought was going to happen for you earlier. So now that you're here a couple of days away from actually fighting for that title, how excited are you to get into the cage on Saturday?
I'm very excited, and it's not true. It's not happened too early. I'm fighting for the title like most of the fighters, you know. Even some of them fight for the title after one streak, you know. Some of them fight in the for the title for his debut fight, you know. And it's not make sense to tell this like I fought for the title because of my cousin name, because of Habib name, or UFC pushed me. And Aljamain Sterling fought for the title after 5 win streak. Why I cannot fight for the title after 6?
Do you feel people are looking at Merab and seeing that he's angry at you and stuff like that? Do you feel that he's over emotional about fighting you? Do you think there's something about you that makes him uneasy and nervous?
He nervous, of course, he nervous, and he maybe he upset with UFC. You know, they pushed him to fight with me. And even before, when he was not champion, he don't take this fight. He doesn't want to fight with me, you know. And when he became champion, I think he tried to fight with someone's, because other guys gonna be easy fight for him, you know. And he can't tell anything to UFC, to Dana, you know. He can't say to show them. He always talking he's company guy. And you know, but they pushed him to fight with me.
Stylistically, for you, do you think Merab is your toughest challenge in the division, or do you think you could beat him and there are maybe other guys that you would have to fight after that could be a bit trickier? Where do you see him against you as the rankings?
You know, not just Merab. I train all the time for guys who like improving, you know. Everybody right now MMA become like hard high level sport, you know. Everybody know how to punch, strike, everybody know how to wrestle, grappling is good, everybody has. And that's why always when we train at home, we improving everywhere, you know. We try to be like good in any position.
Merab was just here and he said that before your press conference last month, he saw you backstage and said, "Why are you disrespecting me?" And you said, "Because I want to do something about it." But then you went out to the press conference and you said, "Oh, I haven't said anything disrespectful." Do you remember that interaction?
Of course, I remember that moment. And when he asked to me, okay, I saw him, right? I smiled to him and go to do interview. And he come to ask to me, "Why you disrespect me?" Okay, he have question, "Why you disrespect me?" I want to tell him, what are you talking about? Exactly what I said. What like you too sensitive? Explain to me. And he talking about this. Why you disrespecting me? Why you disrespecting me? I'm not his son. You know, he can't ask to me like like father and son. Like, why you do this? He not my father. You know. Of course, I want to tell him like, because of I want what you can do. You know, if he want to conversation, he have to explain to me, hey, why you said I'm like this. I do something, but if you guys can find anything what I said with name Merab coward, Merab bullshit guy, or anything else, show me it. Of course, when he do some video like a teacher, he show why Peterian deserve more than me. Of course, I will tell Merab, don't be scared. You making like you show like it's. You know, it's nobody understood why you try to avoiding, you know. Dana said, I'm next. Joe Rogan, after his fight, asked to him, what about Umar, his next challenger? And everywhere he tried to avoid, right? But it's not like me, what I said. All words said, all fans said, Merab tried to avoiding this fight. He looking like bad. And what else? What I have to do?
And last one from me, it's obviously a big night for you and your entire team on Saturday, but I'm curious, who do you think has the harder fight? Is it you, or does Islam have a harder fight with Arman?
I think Arman much better than Merab, like a fighter. You know, he can like he have good skills, very good. And I don't think it's gonna be a hard fight, but because if Islam is amazing fighter, he's the person who I looked always like I want to be like Islam, he's very high level IQ fighter, but like a fighter, Arman much better than Merab, of course. Everybody can tell this.
Right here. Merab was in here and someone asked like, oh, would you want to prove your grappling against Umar? He goes, I'm not looking to grapple. I'm looking to get into a fight. Then a couple weeks ago, he did an interview and he goes, I'm not even going to take him down. I want to stand and strike with him. Do you think he's just saying this to kind of play games with you, or do you really believe he wants to go in there and just strike with you to prove a point?
Guys, I don't care about what he said, I think he have to will wrestle. It's 100%. You can see how he fought the last fight with O'Malley, and he losing in any position, he missing punches, kicks, and he was not too good, Just what he did good, he take down O'Malley, but I don't know how is O'Malley not trained wrestling skills, defense. It was amazing. And I don't care about what he said, what he want. We're gonna cage gonna close, and we're gonna show who's the best fighter.
He was just in here and he was asked, would he be willing to shake your hand after the fight? And he said, of course. And he hopes you two can be good again after this fight. But you have to settle this right now. So I'm curious, do you think he actually does hate you, or is this just him building something in the mind to get ready?
Guys, I really don't know. Even before when he was not champion, right? I tell him when he beat Petr after fight, I said, I want to white papaja versus black papaja, right? For that moment, he not nervous, right? It was not disrespectful for him. But when he became champion, when he knew he will fight with me, he beginning this do drama. I don't know why. I don't have any problem with him, I even on press conference, I tell him, hey, I don't care about you. I just need this belt. We're gonna see how he will act. If he want to be, he said he want to come to Dagestan. If he want to come like Dagestan, like a friend, I will meet him, take care about him. If he want to come like anywhere, like enemy, like do something, like it's gonna be same,
Umar in the back right here. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum.
So how do you feel Merab compares to probably your best challenge so far, Corey Sandhagen?
I don't know why he thinks Corey easy fight. I think he's one of the best fighter in my division. And I think nobody will beat him. Nobody will beat him. Even like Sean O'Malley, if you will put Sean O'Malley versus O'Malley, I think Sean O'Malley and versus Corey gonna smash him, I think.
So
Corey is very tough fighter.
So Merab may be not tougher than Corey Sandhagen. Or will it be a harder?
No. It's gonna be hard fight. It's gonna be hard fight. Like a fighter, I think Merab have better of wrestling attack. Better than Corey Sandhagen, but striking, I think Corey is one of the best.
Absolutely. You have great wrestling and grappling as well. Is this a matchup where you will say you will not be taken down, or are you prepared and it's okay if you're taken down?
I will do everything to destroy him. Doesn't matter. It's gonna be punching, take him down, grappling, to take his belt, try to choke, everything. It's MMA, right?
Yeah.
I just wanna go to there and fight.
Excellent. Final question for me. You're still young in the sport. How do you think you compare in skills to your brother, to Habib, to Islam right now?
Again?
Right now, you're still young in the sport. You're an amazing fighter. Where would you put yourself if you compare your skills now to Habib at his best, to Islam, to your brother Usman?
I want to compare with Islam and Habib.
Compare myself to.
Compare myself with Islam and Habib. I think there's for both of us, for me and for Usman, there's they high level guys, and always when I train with them and I find something what I learn new, and it's amazing. These guys is still training, learning, and always, even Habib, even Islam, they both show me something very, like normal things, like
Simple.
simple things, and but these guys doing this always, and game is for them, it's easy, but for me, I try to learn.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Umar, right here, on your left, right here, Umar. I'm wondering. Obviously, your whole team, your whole family. Habib won the title. Islam won the title. Your brother Usman won the title in another promotion. You've been training together for so long. Do you feel that pressure to be that last member of the family to win a belt also?
Чувствуешь ли на себе давление выиграть пояс, поскольку уже твоя команда и твои братья, они все выиграли пояс, и теперь остался ты последний, у кого еще пояса нет?
No, I'm not sure. Pressure, nothing. I'm not come to yesterday in this sport. I'm here a long time. I'm with them, and we know who we are, and we know how we're ready, and nothing. Like, I don't feel pressure.
Can you talk about how important these 2 weeks are to your family? Just obviously you and Islam fighting, but then next week your brother also in a big fight. What does this mean to your family?
It's gonna be good legacy for us. When we will become older, we're gonna tell our kids, do you know your father was fighting for the title? Our team was great. It's awesome. I think we're gonna be like our family, our team gonna be like Gracie. Everybody will know like what we did in MMA.
Final question. Obviously, you've all known each other for a very long time. Several of them, obviously, your family. For Islam, obviously, he's known Habib a long time. You had to have met him. Can you just tell the story? What was Islam like when you first met him, when you guys were really young?
Каким был Ислам, когда вы только познакомились с ним, когда вы были еще значительно моложе? Вот ваша первая встреча, первое знакомство, какой он был тогда, еще до того, как он был чемпионом?
I don't remember when we first time meet, but Islam was always funny guy, who kidding with everybody.
Thank you.
Салам алейкум, Умар. Слева тебе. Привет. В бою против Петраяна Мераб сделал 49 тейкдаунов. Как ты считаешь, говорит ли это о том, что у него какая-то супер выносливость прям? И считаешь ли ты, что в бою с тобой у него будет примерно такая же тактика, он будет пытаться постоянно делать тейкдауны?
In a fight against Peter Yan, Merab attempted 49 takedowns. Do you think that means that he has an incredible endurance? And do you think that his strategy for this fight against you is the same? He's going to continue to try and do takedowns?
I don't care about his wrestling skills, and then I don't care about his condition, because I know I'm ready, and I don't scare to his wrestling skills. With Jose Aldo don't give him even one takedown. He just have good wrestling for guys who doesn't understand wrestling skills, like wrestling games.
Если можно, на русском немножко для нашей аудитории. Очень много критики свалилось перед этим боем на Махди, которого обвиняют в том, что он якобы ушел, якобы шпионил. Как, с твоей точки зрения, твоими глазами выглядит эта ситуация?
С Махди я не вчера познакомился. Это наш братишка. Я с ним уже год и знаком, и хорошо дружу, и всегда на связи. Спрашиваю, как он здесь один. Нужно понимать, что для меня он земляк, который на чужбине. Это первое. Второй момент, шпионил и так далее. Он утром туда, к Мерабу ходил на тренировки, у него хорошие отношения с Мерабом. А вечером к нам приходил, потому что у нас вечером проходила тренировка, знаешь, больше такая техническая, где можно было ему набрать бокс, там байк сделать с нами, потренироваться, добавить. И нужно понимать, что для Мераба, говорю, для Мигди, как и для любого дагестанца, наша команда, вот Хабиб, Ислам, это, знаешь, такие бойцы, которые пробились, и он, конечно, хочет с ними познакомиться, с ними потренироваться. Это много что значит. Относительно того, что помогал ли мне Мигди, я не знаю, чем он мне может помочь. Я реально это не знаю. Я с ним спарринги не проводил, борьбу он мне поставить не может, я с ним борьбу не тренировал. Мы с ним грэпплинг-матч боролись пару раз, и то потому, что там мало людей было моего веса. И даже в этих грэпплинг-матчах я думаю, что я Мигди помогаю намного больше, потому что когда человек лучше, чем ты в грэпплинге борется, ты от него учишься. Как я от Хабиба учусь, как я от Ислама учусь. Мигди учится, и это все для него. Относительно того, что, например, вот он же дружит с Мерабом, я никогда не говорил ему, там, тебе что-то нужно, как-то сказать. Я всегда понимал, что ему с Мерабом нужно эти отношения сохранить. Это человек, который сделал для него добро. Всегда нужно к нему уважительно относиться. Будет Мерабу нужна помощь, Мигди нужно будет отозваться, помочь, оставаться в хороших отношениях с ним. И поэтому все эти оскорбления, все это в адрес Мигди, они беспочвенные. Нужно понимать, что он с Дагестана, что он наш брат, что у нас тоже с ним очень хорошие отношения. Ну, в зал к Мерабу, но они сами его попросили. Они, наверное, я не знаю, кто именно это решил. Тренерский штаб его, они попросили его туда не приходить, пока бой не закончится. Не знаю, может, они думали, что он нам что-то говорит. Хотя, как боец, Мераб всем понятен, там что-то у кого-то спрашивать не нужно. Спасибо.
Брат, можно вопрос?
Сейчас. Перед этим боем, перед тобой здесь был Мераб, и я у него спросил, готов ли он протянуть тебе руку. Он сказал, что да, без проблем, он готов тебе пожать руку. С твоей стороны, ты готов протянуть ему руку после поединка?
Я же это сказал, если он мне протянет руку, если мы закрываем все вопросы в клетке, мы их закрываем. Если он хочет продолжения, от него все зависит. Я изначально не был агрессором в этом конфликте. Я изначально, я с ним хорошо и до этого общался, мы с ним много раз встречались. Я с ним встречался там в Нью-Йорке я с ним встречался, а потом в зале я его видел, у нас там общая фотка есть. Поэтому у меня, ну, вот агрессивно вот это все вести, там говорить оскорбления, это все, за это все в клетке разберемся. А если после боя он что-то хочет продолжить, то я отвечу так же, как вот какой привет. А если он захочет закончить на этом все, мы закончим. Никаких проблем в этом нет.
И последний короткий от меня. Недавно было видео с Хабибом, которое вызвало большой резонанс с авиакомпанией. Говорил ли Хабиб, рассказывал ли вам, что там на самом деле произошло? И приятно ли тебе, что практически все комьюнити встало на его сторону и, собственно, заняло его позицию в этой...
Ну, я думаю, все и так видели, что там произошло, потому что он этой девушке, стюардессе, объяснил, сказал, я все английский понимаю, я помочь, если что, смогу. И она как-то прицепилась. Ну, он молодец, у него терпение есть большое. Правильно сделал, что не стал там какие-то конфликтные... В конфликт это все втягивать.
Спасибо, хорошего боя.
Окей. Умар, привет. Скажи, вот ты знаешь, Мераб будет драться в эксклюзивных шортах со Святым Георгием, флагом Грузии, словами «Лучше умереть с честью, чем жить в позоре». Какие изображения ты нанес бы на свои шорты, будь такая возможность, и какую, может быть, цитату?
Он молодец, красиво написал. Конечно. Кавказский дух это все. Вот это его пословица, то, что он туда на шорты написал, я думаю, она очень близка и дагестанскому народу. Относительно какой бы я написал, я не знаю, об этом надо подумать. Об этом надо сесть, подумать. Конечно, там были бы дагестанские горы, особенно вот село, говорю, горы вот моего района, Мадинского района, как ислам по боку нанес. Так, что именно бы я написал, это нужно подумать.
Умар, будешь ли ты драться не только за себя и за свою команду, но и за всех тех, кого оскорбили слова Мераба про Россию в различных интервью?
Я не знаю, почему он вдруг резко отошел от всех этих слов. Когда Петр Ян выиграл Фигуредо, он резко начал о нем хорошо отзываться, начал там говорить, ты уважительный, я хочу с тобой драться. Он очень быстро забыл, какой он был до боя с Мерабом. С Мерабом, говорю, с Петром Яром. Относительно, уже он это все, я не, знаешь как, человек что-то говорит для пиара, понимаешь, и после этого эти все принципы, эти все вот то, на чем он был, оно все быстро меняется. И не знаю, вроде он перестал это все делать. Поэтому забудем. Надеюсь, он сам тоже больше не будет это все повторять, потому что страну, целую нацию ты не можешь оскорблять.
И
Брат.
последний вопрос от меня. Как бы ты оценил шансы своего брата Усмана в потенциальном бою с Арманом?
Усманчика? Конечно, я уверен в Усмане. Усман показал, что он птица высокого полета в бою с Шабли. Он показал, что он высококлассный, техничный боец.
Спасибо.
Брат, последние два вопроса быстрых. Миллиард вопросов вам уже разных задали. У меня такой вопрос. Как ты считаешь, Мераб действительно, он просто раскручивает бой, пытается залезть тебе в голову, или он действительно, вот все, что он тебе говорит, он это испытывает, у него на самом деле личная неприязнь к тебе? И после этого еще один вопрос у меня.
Я честно не знаю, я не разобрался для себя. Я не знаю, что именно, какой посыл он в себе несет. Вот эти все оскорбления, вот это все поведение. Может, он хочет пеперю продать, может, он на самом деле оскорблен, обижен. Я честно не знаю. Это для него вопрос хороший.
И если, даст Бог, у тебя получится забрать титул в эти выходные, с кем бы ты больше всего хотел бы сразиться в дивизионе? Кто тебе интереснее всего как соперник?
Если посмотреть на топ-10, там вообще непонятная ситуация. В топ-15 еще есть ребята, у которых есть длинная серия побед. Вот именно в топ-10 там все с одной победой, с двумя победами, с поражениями. И поэтому кого-то определить именно вот с ним, знаешь, не знаю, кого именно даже сказать. Но если UFC, скорее всего, так и будет. UFC, скорее всего, захочет сделать бой с Шоном Омелли, потому что он сейчас остается, почему-то он сохранился, номер 1, остался он. И если это будет он, то не в принципе, вот, любого давай, кого угодно, он в топ-10, кто угодно, мне без разницы.
Удачи.
Все, спасибо большое, всем удачи, всего хорошего.
Jiri, welcome to Los Angeles. You know, got a couple of days just over to your right. Got a couple of days now until fight night. How are you feeling? How's preparation? What's your excitement level for getting in there and competing this weekend?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the question. Amazing preparation, long preparation I made since I started. I traveled to Japan in October. There I started the preparation like for myself to work on my style. Then I moved to Mexico, high altitude training. So October, Mexico, November, and December in Czech Republic, finishing the preparation with my sparring partners. Be focused for the fight.
You mentioned working on your style. I'm curious, when your style is obviously unusual in mixed martial arts, when you try and evolve your skills, do you look to sort of maybe find a middle ground between the standard style and your own, or do you try and make your own style more effective and make your style better at what it is?
Every time I'm looking for mistakes from the fight. Yeah. And last time I had to accept that my hands down was a little bit too much. So I worked on all these things to be more effective. I don't want to say like, this is right now I made a change and all these things. And no, just watch me. Just watch me this Saturday. I believe I will take it.
Obviously, you're fighting Jamahal Hill. He has made no secret that he's very upset about his loss to Alex Pereira. He talks about the stoppage with the referee all the time. Do you think it's wrong? It's important for a fighter to look at their losses, of course. But do you think if you obsess over them, you can sort of limit your success moving forward if you're still focused on the past?
I will just say that it's a big mistake when you are not focused what's right before you and you're looking for another opponent. It will cost you a lot. So it's just about to stay humble, stay focused what's before you. I don't speak about other opponents, about who will be in the next. Even that I said like I want to fight Alex Pereira third time because I believe in myself, I believe in my style, in my changes of my style, changes of my personal lifestyle, everything. So no, this is not on the place right now. There is a Jamahal Hill this Saturday. I want to win, and I'm going to win this fight. And then we can talk about others.
Do you think outside of Alex Pereira, Jamahal Hill is the best in the division for you to be fighting? Do you think it's Alex?
Who?
Do you think Jamahal Hill is the best opponent other than Alex Pereira for you in this division? Do you look at the skill set and think, okay, it's Alex then Jamahal, or do you think there are other guys that could maybe give you more problems?
What you asking for? Like Jamahal? What?
Do you believe Jamahal Hill is the second best person in this division? Do you think he's the best man you could be fighting right now?
No.
Who do you think it is?
Me.
Jiri, over to the right.
Sorry, one more time. Every time I'm thinking about myself, sorry, I need to say that because you said that. I'm thinking, I didn't show that yet, like last time, but I believe I'm the best with some work on myself, with some time, what I need to work on, work more, work harder, work smarter. I'm gonna show that I'm the best. I'm going for that top again, and this is it. So thank you.
Right here. I think I saw a video or a photo of when you were in Japan. you received your black belt in Kyokushin Karate. So what was it like receiving that belt?
It's been an honor because Masutatsu Oyama, which is the founder of Kyokushin Karate, he inspired me by his life story about his training in the nature to face the true power of the nature and to overcome a lot of things. So he was really big. How to say? He inspired me a lot. So that's why I did that. That's why I wanted to do this black belt from the Kyokushin Karate. That's why.
Back here, Yuri. Definitely Masoyama, a legendary master, meditating under waterfalls, coming down and meditating on Zen cones where there's no answers. People like George St. Pierre, the guy that was Drago in Rocky, Dolph Lundgren, a lot of other people representing Kyokushin, a very strong style. So a lot of respect to you for that. How do you feel this fight compares to other fights as far as importance in your career?
Right now, I'm going to say, like, is the most important for me. Life importance. For me, there is no other thing, not other day, before, after. There is just only this other day. Yeah. But when you ask me fight before or 10 fights back, I will say the same.
All of them most important.
So this is my stand for fights, for my main event, even if it's not the main event.
Absolutely. You mentioned that one of the things that you noticed you had to correct was having your hands down. So can we expect a little bit of a different Jiri Prochazka as far as your style here? As much as you want to give, but maybe some more grappling, hands up more?
Expect whatever you want.
Whatever, yeah, I like that. Last question.
I just want to show every time, little step up, please. Just a little step up to not just to you, to the fan, but to myself too, because what to say? Okay.
No problem. Other than Pereira, is this your second greatest challenge, Jamahal Hill, or were some other opponents equal to him or better than him, do you feel?
Man, I don't right now. I didn't face him, so I can't compare him like to anyone. But when I see him, like
you'll find out, right? Last question for me.
I think he will be not better than the Reyes.
The Reyes.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Can I have your predictions on the main and the co-main event?
But I don't want to put him down or whatever. I count with the best version of the Jamahal Hill. So this is it.
Excellent. May I have your prediction for the main and co-main event tonight? Merab versus Umar, Islam versus Arman.
Merab and Dariush versus, I think, Nurmagomedov. Yeah.
Gotcha. So Islam and Merab.
But still, let the better win. I don't want to have, especially in these lightweights, some types.
For sure. Now, a lot of people are from your part of the country, Eastern Europe. Have you made any friends? Are you friends with any of these guys or friendly on good terms with any of the men from
with who?
With anybody, because you're from Czech Republic, from all these fighters from Russia, Georgia. Are you friendly with any of these men from your part of the country?
Yeah, sure. I have no problem with them. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
You're right over here. To your right. To your right. Right over here. Hey,
Can you talk a little bit more about your time in Mexico? Because I know you were there during Dia de los Muertos, and you visited the pyramids. Can you talk about like the energy that you felt and what you will bring from that experience into this fight?
The Mexico is an amazing country. It had really like big energy because there was a lot of history of these ancient cultures, which changed by the time. But the pyramids there have the amazing energy, and you can feel that. You can feel when you travel that, especially all the people, all the country, this Hispanic culture have like they lived like really rare life. Yeah, when they hate you, they will told you like they hate you. When they will like you, they will show you you are beautiful, you are good in something. Yeah, so they are like really living their life really rare. So this is what I really like. Not like in other parts of world, they think something and they don't tell you that. Yeah, because ego or other things. So this is what I like on and especially the kitchen is amazing there. So yeah, I made all month in high altitude training in Mexico in UFC PI there, and amazing time there. Yeah.
And what about the fact, because outside of fighting in Mexico, probably fighting in Los Angeles, you will fight in front of a large Mexican and Mexican American audience on Saturday night.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you?
It's an honor. It's an honor. So
do you feel a need to show like the Mexican fighting spirit on Saturday night?
My spirit is a Czech spirit from Czech Republic, but I like to share this energy with the Mexican people, with the Japanese people, with all the people where I'm feeling the connection. Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Jiri over here. You left. Jiri, I was wondering, were you ever able to connect with the fan who was going through chemotherapy and copied your hairstyle?
Yes.
And just what was that interaction like, and what conversations were you able to have?
We are connected by the manager, and I believe they actually will come tomorrow for media day to see the weigh-in and watch the fights. So we offered her like to see the fights like live.
Jiri, добрый день. It's said that samurai doesn't have a goal. He has only a path. So where do you see the end of your MMA path?
The end of
your MMA path, of your MMA way.
No, this is not about like to achieve some goal. You have to feel that. This is it. I fulfill myself, and then you can go satisfied. But still, I feel it's not here. This moment, and this is why I'm staying in light heavyweight, not going down, because there is a few challenges what I really want to face.
Děkuji.
Děkuji.
Jiri, you mentioned that you sort of did a reset. You made some changes to your game. We're going to see that on Saturday. You also just said that you made some sort of changes to your personal life. Is there anything you can elaborate and share with us about some sort of changes you made in your personal life after the last loss?
Nothing what I want to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, who do you think is going to win out of Pereira and Ankalaev if the fight does go ahead?
Good question. Let the better win. Let the better win. But I wanna say that again. if Ankalaev will fight like he said, just in the stand-up, because he said that, and I'm taking the person like what you're saying and what you're doing. So, and he said like he will fight the Pereira in the stand-up. So if he will do that, I think I see the more chances on the Pereira side. But like I'm saying every time, let the better win. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Islam, right down here. True, right. A lot made coming into this fight about the teammates, Usman next week, but you're in kind of the weird spot, right? Like you have to watch Umar fight, and then Usman gets a week off. So how are you handling all of this? How are you going to handle the night of the fight?
January is a hard month for our team. Tahir, Umar, fighting, you know. I will watch all the fights, and after my fight, with my belt, I will travel to Dubai to support Usman.
And I know you said last time you weren't going to do the custom shorts for the last fight, but you did them this time, and they're very cool. How did you come up with the design?
Yeah, I really like it, you know. They put everything what I ask, you know. It's really look very good, you know. And I have all my shorts from all my fights. I have the collection, you know, and it's gonna be one of the best in the collection.
Yeah, and I know you said in the countdown show that, and some other interviews, that you're very good in rematches, right? But you just had the one with Volkanovski, and you only had like 10 days to prepare for that. You've had months for this. So how much better are you going to be in this rematch with more time this time?
I'm always good in the rematch. That's why I will be more prepared, you know. Now I know everything what Arman can do, and I know his style, and always he have same style always, you know. He have good wrestlings. That's why he's my opinion. That's why he's a #1 contender right now, because in our division we don't have like many good high level wrestlers, you know. But who have good skills in the wrestling, they're in the top.
Arman was in here earlier, and he says he has a secret technique planned for this fight that no one has ever seen before, and you won't be ready for. Do you have any idea what this might be?
Man, I told you, don't believe what Arman says, because last time he says I will finish Oliveira by 1 round, but they go all distance and he won by split decision. That's why don't believe him.
And I know you said he's not going to talk about you anymore after this fight, right? But he is still one of the younger guys in the division. Do you not see, if you win this fight, ever a third fight with him, it's going to be over after this?
My third fight, no, I hope no, because not makes sense 3 times fight with some guy, you know, same guy. And but I think it's new generation will come, you know. We have most dangerous weight division. The all guys, I believe this is one of the hardest weight class in, not just in UFC, in our sports, you know. And I need some new target.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. I saw someone point out in the lead up to this fight that in 2025, most of the guys in the top 10 are going to be turning 35 or older. Arman is the youngest one. So what do you think of the division right now, and who do you see as people who are coming up and could maybe challenge for the belt in the next year or so?
I don't want to look behind Arman, because now I have Arman is a good, really tough opponent, and I just focus on him, you know, and looking for the rankings, thinking for the next opponent. It's not my job. I just still training, still hungry, and just if we have something, just send me contract. It's my opinion all my life, you know. I never chose opponent, never thinking like I'm gonna fight this guy, I'm not gonna fight this guy. Just send me contract. That's it.
And just last thing, if your team goes 3-0, you, Tagir, and Umar on Saturday, is this going to be maybe the most special night of your career so far?
For sure. This is the biggest night for our team. Two guys fight for the title, and other guy fight also, you know. That's why it's the big day for the Russian MMA, for the Dagestan, for our gym, you know. We're so excited.
Islam right here. Arman has been pretty honest when he's been talking about his own skill set and game plans. And he said in the first fight, when he took you down, his coaches were telling him to stop wrestling, but he wanted to keep wrestling you, and he wasn't listening to his coaches. He was pretty honest about that. And he says in every fight, his coaches will tell him something, and he wants to do what they're not telling him all the time, similar with Charles.
tell him you have to. I listen my coach. I don't know who is his coach, but I always listen my coach because I have one of the best coaches in this game, and it's good, when you have some corners who can give you good advice. You have to listen them because small things can change the fight.
And one of the stories is if you win this fight, you have the title fight record at lightweight. So what would that record mean to you? Because a lot of people are now saying if you win on Saturday, you could be the greatest lightweight in just all of mixed martial arts, not just the UFC.
I swear, I never thinking about this. Just last week, the all media asked me about this. But it's good if I broke some records, if I have most lightweight title defense, if I have most win in UFC, it's good. Close to the become Hall of Fame.
Back here, Islam, right in front of you, right? Salam alaikum.
Alaikum.
Do you feel that this version of Arman Tsarukyan is going to be the most dangerous opponent that you've had, even compared to Volkanovski, compared to Oliveira?
No. If I give them chance to work, it's going to be dangerous. It's going to be tough fight. But all of the guys who I fought last 5 times, I don't know, they're always dangerous, Oliveira, one of the dangerous guys in our division. How many submissions, how many knockouts he have, Volkanovski, one of the tough guy, in our sports. It's MMA, all fighters from contenders, or when you become fight for the title, it's all dangerous. And if I let them work, it's gonna be tough fight. But if I can follow my plan, it's gonna be easy, inshallah.
Do you think the fight will look similar to what it was before your first fight, or it's going to be very
I don't know how it's gonna look, but I'm ready.
All right, final question.
Maybe first time I'm a little bit underestimating because before that he never fought in UFC. I never saw his fight, but right now I know everything what Arman have. He know everything what I have, and it's gonna be a good fight for the MMA fans.
Absolutely. Final question for me. I was watching video from about 18 years ago where Khabib was talking you were going to be competing in the World Sambo Championship. Did you believe then that Khabib would be champion and you would be champion in the UFC?
Yeah, for sure. Because I know when Khabib was you took the belt, and I understand. In my mind, I can do because I did same things, training with him all life, follow the discipline, follow the everything, and I understood I can be UFC champion at that moment. And when 15 years old, this guy's training more than everybody. That's why he have good success. That's why he was UFC champion, because he's a hard worker and training everywhere, every day, more than everybody.
Excellent.
This is the key.
Thank you very much.
Брат, такой вопрос.
Александр.
Как мы знаем, этот кэмп больше прошел под руководством Хабиба, чем под руководством Мендеса. Насколько сильно отличается, насколько тяжелее прошел этот кэмп в сравнении с
так не сказать, что под кого-то руком вместе у нас была подготовка, вся команда вместе, все тренера были вместе, и больше процессом руководил Хабиб. И подготовка была очень тяжелая. Отпахали все в хорошей форме.
Я понял. И еще такой вопрос. Ты говорил, что не хочешь драться с Мухаммадом. Если вдруг в их чемпионском противостоянии выиграешь Шавкат Рахмонов, готов ли ты подраться с ними? И как ты вообще видишь, прошел бы этот бой?
Я с обоими парнями знаком. Это не те бои, которые я бы хотел бы точно. И Белял Мухаммад, и Шавкат Рахмонов. Оба первоклассные бойцы с набором всех навыков. И у них скоро состоится хороший бой, который мне интересно будет посмотреть.
Islam over here. Islam, I was wondering, can you speak on your shorts have the mountains and then they have, I believe it's pronounced the Kanjali, the dagger. Can you just talk about what it means and that the Kanjali's significance to the culture of Dagestan?
The mountain what I have, this mountain, it's called Pabaku in the Lak district, close to my village. I went to the hill, 2 times. That's why it's like famous mountain. I put there, and I put the dagger because dagger is the like traditional. Something traditional in Dagestan.
You've obviously known Umar Nurmagomedov for a long time. Just obviously, he's one of the younger guys on the team. What would it mean to you to see him become a champion, having known him since you guys were both younger?
I know Omar like how many years? More than 10 years. This guy is most disciplined guy in our gym. He travel a lot when he not in UFC. He travel with us a lot, and he training last 10 years with us everywhere. And this guy is hungry, When he was young, he always thinking about UFC belt. I want to be champion. I want to be like success, And he's a hard worker. That's why he's a contender right now. That's why he's fighting for the belt. He deserve because I saw how he training. He very hungry.
I asked him, can you tell me a story about Islam when you guys were both really young? He said, you were always joking. You've always been the funny guy. I'm wondering, can you tell us a story about Umar from when you met him when you were both really young?
One time I have one story. One time we're training in the San Jose, and like some of the guys say, let's go to San Francisco. I told them, hey, no, I don't want to go San Francisco because some of them it's like traffic, more than 1 hour by drive in the weekend. And they just leave, four people. And I called them after 2 hours. Hey, where are you guys? You reached to the San Francisco. They said, no, we reached to the hotel where we live from. I said, well, what happened? They told me we go to the gas station and Omar put diesel in our car. From that moment, we told everybody, don't give your kids to the Muay Thai school when they was young.
Thank you.
Islam over here. Got a couple questions for you. It's no surprise that there's a lot of Armenians in LA, a lot of Armenians expected at the Intuit Dome for UFC 311. Tell me about whether or not that gives you more motivation going into the octagon when you know that the crowd and a lot of people are rooting for your opponent.
It's not surprise for me. I went to the Australia where the like very big arena and maybe like, I don't know, 100 people support me, but other in the Volkanovski side. Last time I fought in New Jersey, in US, their all arena same support my opponents. It's nothing mean, when you step to the cage, just you and your opponent, you have to be focused. That's it.
And one more question for you. You've received 3 Fight of the Night bonuses in your illustrious UFC career, and one of them was against Arman. So what would you say makes him a very exciting fighter to take on?
Him make excited?
I'm saying what makes him an exciting fighter to fight against?
Because first time we have good fights, all distance, we get the bonus. Second one, I like to finish, and this fight I will looking for the finish all fights because I don't like to fight all distance. And he's a good, this very good fight for the MMA fans because number 1 contender fight for this champion, and both have good skills and very competitive fight.
Ислам, можно? Ислам, а будешь ли ты Армана Царукяна приводить в пример своим детям Арман из богатой семьи, но пахарь. Уже многого добился в спорте.
Ну, не знаю, приводить кому в пример?
Детям своим.
Ну, своим детям я даже себя не буду пример приводить. Есть люди, которые лучше нас, и бойцы, и мы не те люди, с которых там, не самые лучшие люди, с которых стоит брать пример. Есть намного лучшие, которые жили до нас, и я думаю, для них они будут примером. Ну, Арман молодец, пришел, я слышал, что он с богатой семьи и добился таких результатов. Обычно тяжело и мало таких.
И Хабиб очень много времени провел с вами на сборе, помогал готовиться, хотя мог потратить это время, там, например, на ведение бизнеса. Получит ли он какой-либо тренерский гонорар?
Гонорар только он нам дает. Ну, мы, конечно, очень благодарны Хабибу. Большая семья у него, и столько дел, столько переездов, полетов, и все ради того, чтобы мы добились успеха. Здесь часто начинают меня спрашивать, ты побьешь там Хабиба рекорд и что-то такое. Никогда в жизни у меня в голове даже 1% не было, чтобы я побил там Хабиба какие-то рекорды. Мы здесь не для этого. Мы здесь только для того, чтобы помогать друг другу. И это самое ценное, и я это ценю, что не только Хабиб, здесь много ребят, у всех есть семья, у всех есть дела, и они просто приезжают поддержать нас, чтобы мы добились успеха. Потому что мы как единое целое, наша команда как одно, каждый переживает чужую боль как свою.
Спасибо.
Ислам, добрый день. Известно, что Арману в этом тренировочном лагере помогал Адриано Мартинс, единственный человек, который тебя победил. Когда ты об этом узнал, если ты знаешь об этом, какая была твоя реакция?
Ну, я видел фотографии. Реакций никаких не было. Адриано Мартинс, выиграл он, меня попал. После этого проиграл, не знаю, сколько, я еще не видел, что он после этого выиграл. И это не такой человек, да, с набором навыков, чтобы с кем тренироваться, что ты на нем можешь расти. У него идет большой спад, и я не думаю, что он чем-то может Арману помочь.
Ну, кстати, вот по поводу того боя бытует мнение, что то поражение как раз-таки тебе помогло, потому что на тебя не давит этот нолик, который давит на многих.
Ну, я думаю, лучше бы он давил на меня.
Еще я у Армана спросил, и он сказал, что когда ваша история в октагоне будет закончена, ему было бы интересно провести с вами лагерь, по примеру того, как Уитакер сейчас тренируется с Адесаней. Тебе было бы интересно потренироваться с Арманом?
Да, почему нет? Я даже вчера этого Дэви Рамоса видел в лифте. Я знаю, он сейчас тренирует, сам тоже выступает, но редко. И я ему сказал, что можешь взять своих ребят, приехать к нам в Дагестан, мы все организуем, потренируемся вместе. Он тоже обрадовался. Потому что много же ребят тренируются, обмен опытом, приедут вот, бразильцы, пацаны, потренируются вместе. Мы что-то им дадим полезное, они там чем-то поделятся. Для роста это полезно.
Арман не раз уже говорил, что у него есть какой-то суперсекретный прием, который он использует в субботу вечером. Как думаешь, что это?
Не знаю, может, у него тоже секрет джуз какой-то. Не знаю. Уже много раз меня об этом спрашивали, но я готов ко всему.
И последний вопрос. Недавно Хабиб сказал, что хочет уже поскорее завершить карьеру, но сделает это тогда, когда каждый член вашей команды тоже завершит карьеру. Вопрос. Сколько вы еще будете оставлять Хабиба у работы?
Пока еще рано ему об этом думать. Умар дерется за пояс. Усман только вот набрал обороты. Сейчас скоро, я думаю, его в UFC подпишут. И у него еще много лет тяжелых, нервных впереди.
Спасибо. Хорошего боя.
You talked about how you were good with rematches, but how hard is it for you to prepare for a rematch like this against an opponent who you know what they want to do, but since you last fought them, they've evolved like an extreme amount?
Of course, when you know everything what your opponents can do, when you watch is like 10 fights in UFC is different for sure. But You know, for my opponent, he have always same style. He always like beginning from the striking. When somebody push him, he try to take them down. You know, but I prepare for everything. I'm gonna give him hard time in the striking, grappling, wrestling.
And then obviously it's nice to have the fans on your side, but do you kind of like it when the fans are almost against you and you can almost embrace like
It's
the
not
villain
something
mentality?
I like, but I told you it's no matter who you support, you and your opponent, and that's it. Cage is close, nobody can help you.
Islam. Habib recently said in an interview with ESPN that fighting was easier and that coaching is more of a headache. What was his energy and his teaching like during this training camp?
You know, of course, he's for like corners everybody, not just in the fight, in the sparring. You know, sometimes he go crazy when he corners somebody in the gym. Also, you know, when somebody don't listen him his advice, he go crazy, and it's really hard. Maybe someone you guys know understand, but when you corner someone who close to you, your friends, it's really hard because you're nervous. It's you cannot sleep after the fight. You cannot even sleep after listening because you're like empty because the emotion, the people, crowd. You're gonna be like empty, zero after the fight. That's why I think now he have experience, and he have to keep in energy now from the first fight when he gonna be corner with Tahir because Tahir is the guy who make him nervous more than everybody.
What is it like when you said he goes crazy? What is that like when he goes crazy? Can you give us a story?
Like a couple weeks ago, Tahir spar with some guys. That guy push him to the cage, and Tahir just stay here. Habib told him a couple times, do this, but Tahir don't listen him, And after when the training finished, Habib told him, hey, I have my family, I have job, I have everything. I can live from here. If you don't to listen me, I can live. But if you want to be, I'm here training with you. You have to listen my advice, because some of the things you don't understand in the fight, because if somebody pressure you, keep you in the cage, you're gonna lose the round, And I always listen my corners, because they so fight, they know who is win, which round you lose, which round you won, That's why you have to listen your corners.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you, guys.